So
If the
let
Earth
me
is
give you a
flat,
hypothetical.
then there would be no.
I want you to
measurable
imagine
change.
a 6-mile long stretch of water. This water is straight and level and does not flow.
Advanced simplicity takes hold. You'll find the truth from things of old.
So let me give you a hypothetical. I want you to imagine a 6-mile long straight stretch of water. At each end of this straight stretch of water is a bridge. Point A, so you've got 2 bridges. Point B. This water is straight and level and does not flow. At each end of this water is a bridge. Point A, point B. At each bridge there is a plumb bob hanging down to the water.
We are on the road,
Even altitude.
suspending judgment until the truth is known. You will find peace within.
Let me give you a hypothetical.
In the midst of all these troubled souls.
Now, on these vertical strings, can you imagine an even altitude? A point at an equal height above the surface of the water below.
Advanced simplicity takes hold.
An even
You'll
altitude.
find the truth from things of old.
And on these vertical strings, can you imagine 2 points? So let me give you a hypothetical. Can you imagine point A and even altitude at these points and point B? And on these vertical strings, we can establish a perpendicular and even altitude and call one point A and the other point B. 2 points. Point A, point B, even altitude.
We are on the road,
2 points.
suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Point A,
You will find peace within.
point B.
In the midst of all these troubled souls.
The point at an equal height above the surface of the water below. Point A, point B. Point A, even altitude. Point B.
There's no end game in mind.
Is the shortest distance between those 2 points?
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
We know the shortest distance
There's no end game in mind.
between 2 points is a straight
It's
line.
only the truth that we seek to find.
Now, here's the question I'm asking myself. How can the distance between these 2 points be anything other than horizontal? Horizontal.
Everyone must see it for
Horizontal.
themselves. The truth
2
is there
points.
for you to find.
And then ask yourself, and the water?
And we are live. Welcome everyone. Friday. Free for all Friday. I don't know what everybody's gonna be talking about tonight, but as always, floor's open, Discord channel's open. Anybody wants to come in, talk about whatever you want. It's a free for all Friday. Sort these things out here. We went over last night a oh, what's that?
Okay, how are you?
Revenue?
Good.
Hot
Yeah,
mic?
I gotta take a sandwich. Sweet.
I don't want to get that.
Nope. You got
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we were going over yesterday an almanac, history of the almanac, Royal Society sort of stuff. It's quite interesting. Anybody wants to talk about any of that? About contradictions? Redmond can do his thing when he comes back, can't he? He can sort that.
We can talk about how Fatsoid is a lying little knobhead.
Can, yeah. If you want.
And
What about Dead
the
Reckoning?
yeah, well, and the whole way the asylum works. So I haven't ever been over there before, and I go over there because obviously you're doing that thing with Fatsoid. You know, just to watch the chat and stuff. Oh my god, it's just the same. It's like a clone of Gem Pandas, Geos, 24/7, Medicinal. They're all the same. It's all the same people. There's never anyone different. Well, you might get the odd new character appear, but usually it's just like someone who's gone away for a bit and come back on a different name. And the way they run, it's like, I don't know, it's just chaos. I suppose it's appropriately named for the asylum. And that's where they all hang out. It's
Well,
great fun. And Flatsoid,
everybody's doing the
the arguing around in circles for hours and hours and trolling each other and calling each other names. And it's just like, yeah, okay. How about you're all a bunch of losers, right? I'm not picking a side because you're all as bad as each other, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, rant over. Also, just before I finish my rant, Flatsoid made up all this nonsense about when he left this server. He said that Bev had gone weird, made it weird or whatever. That's not what happened at all. He had a baby due and everything was fine. And he was off to have a couple of weeks, you know, while his wife gave birth. And it was all great. We wished him well. We were so happy for him. The next thing we know, he's left the server, started up his own channel, and started doing shows at the same time as we do our show. So, Bev,
Yeah.
thanks for being weird.
I don't know what the weirdness was. That was, I don't know, that was pretty strange. But again, I guess if you can't talk about it in a thing about proof, then I don't know.
Well, to fit in and turn into the mini Oakley that he is now morphing into, he has to take that stance. He has to take that route
Well, he's gone
to
with
capture the viewers.
flat.
Yes.
He is Flatsoid, so.
Yeah, and then you watch his chat, and it's all the same people, all of these same people that just hang around for the argument, and that's all they're interested in is people arguing. What actually ever gets done? What actually ever gets resolved? Nothing.
Well.
And I don't know. I don't know why people think that they can convert other people. That's another thing that baffles me. And why would you want to convert someone? Just because you can talk someone into saying they agree with you, you think that's a win?
Agreement on what?
On anything. Anyway, you can talk about other stuff now. I'm done with my rant.
Well, obviously, we're going over from the still from last weekend. It's not been a full week yet since the conversation with
It was last
Flatsoid.
Saturday, wasn't it? Yeah.
And nothing much has come from it. Well, at least I don't know. I don't know what other people have been talking about or anything within it. I mean, we did have other people having debates and stuff. Jaren started his debate channel up, so that's the asylum's doing well, I don't know, Flatsoid wanted to bill that as a debate with me. I mean, how long have we been saying that these debate channels haven't ever had a debate?
They're not debates. They never have been proper debates. It's like using the term flat. Doesn't, it doesn't mean anything. Just like debate doesn't mean it's an actual debate. It's I don't know, it's misuse of words all the time. It drives me nuts. It's like earther. What? Where did that come from?
Well, they're all manufactured, aren't they? All of these terms.
Yeah, seems like it's going to be a quiet Friday night, Bev.
I know. Well, I'm not averse to shutting it down early. Don't know if anybody wants to talk about anything at all.
I would say only that if there is no debate, like for example, Bev versus Flatsoid, but still there is opportunity to show contradictions on other side. On that opponent holds contradictions, so that would be benefit. So some people can gain some knowledge about something. Where is contradiction? Why is contradiction? How to spot it? So there is some benefit from that kind of discussions, but of course it is not debate, because you can of course show contradiction within debate, but within conversation also. So for me, benefit from this discussion between Bev and Flatsoid is this, let's say, conversation showed many contradictions, inconsistencies, and logical fallacies from Flatsoid. I would say that this is benefit.
I'd say, right, the way this is going is that we're obviously not part of whatever this is, this arena. And it's been shown that now, obviously, we can see contradictions that they don't seem to be able to see. Now, whether that's what's wanted in this arena or not, I don't know. But it's obvious that we're separate to it, and I think what we're showing is these particular arguments are the arguments that can't be used within this arena. Like, you can come and have the conversations over here with us about it, but you'll never be able to have these conversations in any of these other rooms where Flatsoid and people like that are. Nathan Oakley, QE. They're just not able to have the conversation in a similar way to what we are. And that's the sort of weird thing about it. We have been in this arena, and I think I consider myself as learning quite a lot within it. But now, everybody just keeps calling me a liar, which tells me that they don't want us around here. They're just going to slander me. And it doesn't matter which side, flat earthers or globe earthers, neither side wants me around, and they're going to tell me they're just going to slander the shit out of me. Because I don't think they want people talking. Like, unless they're saying whatever they're saying. I don't think they want us around. So whatever conversation we're having is going to have to be generated by us as a whole new thing. Going to bed? No. Okay. Yeah. Conversations are going to have to be led by us. Now, we did a almanac thing last night, history of the almanac, specifically because we've tried to talk to people about the angle that you can do fuck all with. We went over it last night in this server. You weren't around. I didn't record it, and it won't be going out because you can't talk about it to anybody else outside within this arena, because they'll just tell you that it's just about an angle and you're stupid and all of that. Well, we all know better, really, and I think everybody knows better within this arena. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going to be going on while we're doing. We're going to carry on doing the same thing. Like the thing for tonight. The thumbnail for the video for tonight is done by Dogmatic Globe Proof. You want me to put some more water in the kettle for you? Just a moment. I'm putting some water in the kettle.
Has anyone else got anything they want to bring up? It can be anything at all.
Well, I can really only listen, but when we got to the end of yesterday's video, they were talking about dead reckoning being accurate. No?
No, I don't think they were.
Maybe I was confused. Maybe if we wanted to just replay the last few minutes, if we can do that, I don't know if we can do that.
I don't know, it's Royal
Remember just the
Society
question
stuff.
and answer period?
The
The one lady asked a question.
Yeah.
Just trying to fill the air.
Yes, because the issue was about this 1 degree. So in this almanac, it was written that accuracy within 1 degree. So that would be this 16 nautical miles. So in fact, not very accurate. And the question is if dead reckoning is more or less accurate than to 1 degree. Because
No, she said that she asked a question as to whether or not the new and improved quote unquote process of navigation by this guy was any better than the dead reckoning process that was used before it. That's what she asked.
Yeah. And in fact, the question wasn't really answered because he agreed, lecturer agreed that, yes, this 1 degree is 60 nautical miles, but in fact, he didn't respond, I think, or I missed something. I cannot recollect if he said that,
Yeah,
yes,
Yeah, they
it
cut
is
it
more
short
accurate.
at that part, didn't they?
Yeah, that's why I brought it up, because I was a little confused at the end there.
The historian gave a half-hearted answer because either he didn't really know, or it was not going to be what the people in the room were going to say, and then he was quickly corrected by the guy in the audience that 60 nautical miles.
Yeah. Well, suffice to say, it was it was I don't know, the angle that was the problem. Take some medicine. Yeah, the 6 hours of calculations in order to end up where they ended up. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so we did go over the almanac.
No, we went over the origins
Well,
of the almanac. We didn't actually get any information about the almanac as far as I could determine.
Yeah, there wasn't much actual information about the almanac, but we've been asking for how long's it been out now, the supposed number one, the new number one proof of flat earth. How long's that?
That was like
been
January 2021.
So that's been going for 2 years now, and we have been asking questions about how this is done and how the operation goes. Nobody's really answered anything about it, and then last night we went over it, and I think it was a bit different for everyone. I don't think anybody had expected to find out the stuff that they found out about. Really. But hey, it's unfair to be talking about it like that. Suffice to say, the guy that made the original almanac, which I think they say that, I mean, he did have a reference that you should really have the original copy with you. So the original thing that you're dealing with, you should still have that. And this said it was accurate to within 1 degree. So accurate to what within 1 degree. But then it was claimed to be able to find an island that was 10 miles. She's just shooting. I like I say, I'm not really interested. I've never really been interested in the angle conversation or the angle. I don't want to call it an argument because I don't think it is. Nobody's even explained what it is yet or how they do it. So, is that, nobody wants to go over that, do they? Like, I mean, half of people weren't even in here, were they? So, do we know? It's been said that we were a lying bunch of shits. I've been called all sorts of names, all because you're supposedly meant to be able to do something with an angle. Now, nobody has explained what it is that you do with an angle. Flatsoid was trying to say that clothes, eyes, I don't know what else. All sorts of other things required this angle.
Foods, different foods as well.
Foods. Just about everything, really. But I don't know what that means. As far as a discussion about what you can do geometrically with an angle to work out what shape the, like they call it, flat. Flatsoid was, it's got proof of flat because angles do things when they quite clearly don't.
Angles do dressing, cell phones, many things,
Oh yeah, cell phones, that was another one.
apparently.
But I mean, if all you ever get is people calling you dishonest for stating these facts, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. Like, we can still carry on coming up with the proofs. Did you see the one for today? Did everybody think about that dogmatic globe proof? Just so we can show that everybody that you can actually make proofs. A dogmatic globe model has proofs, or we have proofs of the dogmatic globe model. Oh, well, I have. If anybody wants to come and discuss that. You want me to...
But this proof, I suspect, will have even more than one contradiction within.
Well, did you see it?
No, but this is my suspicion only.
Well, yeah, it's a dogmatic globe proof. So therefore, it proves the dogmatic globe model by stating that at the other end of down is up. You know, it's like that. Don't get down because there's always a bright side. Well, there's always up, right? You can always pick yourself back up again. But except with the globe model, you can just keep going down. And eventually you'll start going back up again. I'm pretty sure people are aware of that, right? That's why we say that the dogmatic globe model is built upon contradictions. That being one of them. Trying to build me defenses. Still coming in. Yeah. These dogmatic models with the contradictory evidences. I mean, it is dogma. We have been dealing with FE dogma for quite a while, and he was telling us that, you know, these dogma things that are built within the flat Earth model, I think he tried to push them. I think there's a lot of these dogmas that have to be taken on. Has anyone got anything else? Anyway, is there anybody else that wants to come in and have a chat about something that we're going over? Because as far as we know, as far as I know, I'm in an arena where people call me liars and stuff, and then everybody in here that comes and has a chat, we can have a chat with a normal conversation. There are a massive group of people, and when I say massive, I mean for this arena, I'd say 90% of the people within this arena have, well, I don't know, they don't want to have these conversations. They're awkward conversations. What's Timothy saying in the chat there? Is Timothy saying arena? Yeah, Bobby, it's, well, I mean, what is it if you're not going to call it an arena? It's flat Earth versus globe Earth.
Well, it's definitely not a bloody
WWFE.
community, is it?
It's not a community, I'll give you that. Definitely.
So what would Bobby like to describe
Circus.
this thing that he is a part of? Because he's one of those people that makes multiple accounts to go in and troll people who have differing opinions to him or herself, because I'm not quite sure on this one who it is, but I know the two people it could be, or maybe three. So Bobby, what do you want to call it then?
Not an arena. I still call it an arena because it's maybe a circus. But consider most of the people here, we've had conversations with them. I can't, you know. I'm not too sure what anybody should be after or what the idea of all of this is. I mean, what are we here for? I came here asking questions, mainly to want to talk about Jesse Kozlowski, but he disappeared. Along with anybody else that ever wants to talk about anything. Seems to be anything that we come up with. Nobody really wants to talk about. And
I had a
that's
slightly
that's weird.
different. I had a slightly different entrance to you. I got conned into going into 24/7 by their catchment program. It's very successful.
Yeah,
And
how did you end up at 24/7 then? Go on, how did that occur?
me ending up at 24/7 occurred because I was watching some YouTubes, as you do, all sorts of subjects, all across the board, loads. And then I kind of found this place at the end. I'm going to call it an arena just because it's annoying to Bobby. Oh, give me 2 seconds. I have to interrupt.
No problem. It's an interesting thing. I've been going on about this for quite a bit. How did people end up in here? I mean, this is a different place altogether again. But I mean, how did anybody end up in this arena? And what have you gained from it? From being in here? There's people that have been in this tens of years. The longest time I've ever heard of anybody is Flat Earth Math Charles. And he's something like 16 years. He's like the original guy that started it off, and he's called Flat Earth Charles. Oh, we did hear Facebook. There's a Facebook account of a guy called Flat Earth Friends. Do you know who that is?
No, who is that? Sorry,
A guy
about
called Bob Townsend.
No way.
Yeah, Flat Earth Friends.
No way. Bob the Science Guy.
Yeah,
Or
and he does
now
like
he
looking
goes,
at stars and lights in the sky.
hang on. I've got to do his AKAs.
Oh, right.
Bob the Science Guy. And then you've got Research Flat Moon.
Yeah.
And then you've got, I think it's Otis the Cat.
Yeah, that's another one.
And there's another one that I can't quite remember, which I think he does like all his telescopy stuff, looking at the stars stuff.
He has
But yeah, this
slide rule measuring thingy, doesn't he? There's that one.
Yeah. So, like I said, these people have got multiple accounts. They alter egos. They try and con people into thinking that they're different. Oh my goodness, it's crazy what people will do to get on the internet.
So go on, you're telling us how did you end up here? Because
yeah. So I was watching YouTube videos on all of anything you could think of, all subjects. I was watching documentary.
Everybody's into conspiracies nowadays.
Aliens, Bigfoot, Egypt, anything that you could think of. I probably looked at it because I'm bored. I was bored with TV. Everything was the same. I wanted something different. And then I ended up at this like flat earth stuff. And I went, oh, what? Yeah, no, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Out of everything I came across, I just instantly went, that's ridiculous. No. And so I left it and I, carried on watching all the other stuff and getting bored. And then I went, oh, let's go back and have another look at this stuff. And I never watched any Eric DeBay or anything. I think I mainly came across like Nathan Oakley. I'm sure it was Globebusters, Jaron, and Nathan Oakley. And then through that, I just used to sit and watch. And this was back when Nathan Oakley was, a little bit better. I wouldn't say he was great back then, but you could actually go in and have a discussion with him. And it was interesting to listen to. And I spent, I don't know, 6 months or so listening to it. and then decided I kept hearing about these discords, and there were other places people talked, and I got given a link to go to 24/7. So I went there, and when I was in there, I couldn't even open my mic to speak. That was how. I've never been shy, but online I found it really hard, and it took me. I don't know. It wasn't until I think me and you left 24/7 and set up on our own, then I actually started talking.
So you were. I find this hard to believe. So you weren't a talker before coming into this arena?
No, I always found in person, I'll talk to anybody about anything.
Yeah.
I can do
In
public
real life
speaking.
talk, yeah.
Yeah, I can do public speaking, whatever, not a problem. But as soon as it comes to the online stuff, I found it really, really difficult. And it took me about a year to get over that, actually opening my mic and talking to people.
I think people do that though, don't they? In this arena, right? Talking about things to certain people it's different than just talking to normal people. Being able to speak on a topic. But
you also get the visual cues from the people you're talking to in real life. You've got, other things to focus on that let you know, give you those guidance. When you take all that away and you're just listening to someone's words, just their voice, it takes away all of that other stuff and makes it a little bit more difficult. And that's what I found, like learning, because you've also got all these big characters. You got the people who always talked. They've got all the opinions. They seem to have the right words to say. They sound like they know what they're talking about. And it's intimidating to start with until you sit there and you listen and you start realizing that these people, half of them don't even know what they're saying. It makes no sense. It's like contradictions. It's craziness. And then I realized, oh, okay, so yeah, they're all just normal people like me. So why am I worried about opening my mic and saying something stupid? Because it can't be any more stupid than what they're saying. But yeah, I don't know who's Cherry.
Where?
Timothy is going on about Cherry. Go and check in with someone.
I don't know. Oh, Bible U, Timothy's talking about. Well, Bible U, is that Paula? Paula doesn't really like us. She calls us a liar. She was saying that over at Flatsides.
Yes, and she must be right because she's got God and the Bible on her side. Why is it that those kind of people are always the most judgmental towards other people? And mean as well.
Well, I mean, Shape of the Earth seems to bring the worst out in people, really. I think.
Yeah. Because you've got the Globers who, well, they've got no clue, and they've got the worst trolls ever that will stop at nothing to get to you just because you don't agree with like mainstream science or whatever. You're questioning science. That's a bad thing to Globers, right? You can't do that. You have to agree with all of those narratives. Otherwise, they will go out of their way to call you names, contact your workplace, do whatever they can to make your life a nightmare, and all because you don't share the same belief as them. I find that really strange. And then on the other side, you've got the flat earthers who are arguing for something that makes absolutely no sense, that they just have no proof for. They're just arguing in circles with globers all day. I find the whole thing rather bizarre.
Well,
No, I found it intriguing to start with. Don't get me wrong. I
well,
was
you
like,
said
oh,
that
that's
it
all this.
helped you come out of yourself, like within, give you the ability to talk.
Yeah, it's taught me a lot. It has taught me a lot. I can now talk to, well, I could anyway in person, but even now online, I'll talk to anyone. I'm not worried. I'm not worried that I'm going to look silly or stupid because it's the internet. Look at all this stuff that's out there. Wow.
It's 2023. I mean, look at the stuff that people are saying. Anyway.
Oh, yeah. I know. I don't know if I should say it out loud and get your YouTube shut down, but yeah, apparently men can be women. So, yep, that's the state of the world today. Someone else must want to talk now. Don't need me going on for hours.
Level bastards putting that. That's a spooky picture, that. That can't be serious, that. It's like serial killer sort of stuff.
I really
You
wish I
need
hadn't
to
seen that. Yeah, thanks for that. But he wouldn't look out of place on any of the true crime videos I've seen, to be fair.
Yeah, something about that face. Come into the Discord if you want to see what we're talking about.
Yeah, we've met some really nice people in this arena, haven't we? I'm going to keep calling it arena now. Thanks, Bobby. I was being sarcastic.
Yeah, well,
but actually,
what else could it
we
be?
have met some really good people through doing, being in this arena, because most of them are in here now. But we've also met some absolute, like, the worst of the worst. There's even a guy who makes loads of money. He can even make a YouTube video telling all of his subscribers about how he beat up a man and got convicted for it. And they'll send him enough money to pay all his court fees.
Is my mic working now?
Yes, Rob.
Ah, dang it. It took too long and I had to drop and rejoin. I was trying to thank you for the compliment, but the moment's passed.
Sorry, I'm not being mean to you. You just missed the compliment. I said all of the really good people that we've met from being in this arena, like most of them are in here now.
Yeah, and I was gonna try. My mic didn't work, but I opened my mic and it didn't work. But I said thanks, Emma. I really appreciate that.
Oh, okay. I thought you were referring to when I was moaning about flat earthers.
No, forget the flat earthers. We already know it's not flat. I like the subject.
Yes, it is intriguing. Don't get me wrong, but I don't find it intriguing for the arguments. I find it intriguing for the people and the way that, like Kevin, the way people interact and like the psychology behind what makes people act the way they do.
Yeah, what makes people want to come into this arena and you know, have conversations with people and argue for something that I'm pretty sure that they haven't got a clue what they're talking about.
I would say that it didn't start that way because I was in, let's say, in this arena with a big gap, of course, but I started from 2016, I think, and when I was interested in that topic, it was not about flat Earth really, because it was just about lies about globe or whatever, NASA lies, fake moon landing, etc. So it was not about shape of the Earth, but let's say how to name it.
Yeah, the globe lie.
Yeah. Oh, let's say global line.
Conspiracy theories, then.
Yeah. Yes. So there were people, and they are still, who started to, let's say, debunk this globe, etc. And they called themselves flat earthers. But at the beginning, it was just a name, let's say, fancy name. So I really didn't recognize this back in the day, them as literal flat earthers. So that's why I could say even that I was flat earther, because it was not about flat earth at all. It was about telling the truth and about people who were lying, etc. So not very much about flat earth.
Hmm. So they didn't really, back then, they didn't really push like the flat earth or the flat earth tag. It was
Yeah.
mainly about, okay. So I think what happened is that a few people came into the arena. There was like ODD and some other people that made companies and things like FE Core, and they saw that there was this little topic that they could grab onto, sort of brand it up and sell it because it would make them money.
Yeah,
And they
absolutely.
packaged up nicely.
And by the way, it was before Nathan Oakley created this flat earth discussions, his channel, etc., YouTube stream, and so on. So before that, he was not pushing absolutely literal flat earth topic. So he started like when he started, I would say, flat earth debate, and not at the beginning. I would say that the hardcore flat earth on Nathan Oakley's show started from 2020 or something like that. Just when they start to push this sextant, let's say, argument. So I would say that it was the time when they started to push this what I name hardcore flat earth.
Sounds appealing.
That sounds dodgy. I think it's quite appropriate though. I like it. Hardcore flat earth.
Yes, because before that it was just debunking, let's say, global media lies, etc. So
Yeah.
normal thing, let's say.
Yeah, the Globe
Yeah, 'cause
Lie tour was something that I think most people could probably get on board with.
Yes, and me too. Yes, so this is reason why I was interested in that.
Yeah, no one cares, Bobby. Like, no one cares. We don't do it for views or money, mate. We do
Yeah.
it because we like to do it.
Well, I'm
And we-
only doing this to document all of the bullshit that got said about me, because people were lying about us, and that was pretty obvious to be seen. So I had to make a YouTube channel to make sure that everybody could see what was going on. Sort of was meant to be a warning to people. You know, when you enter this arena, then you best be ready for people calling all sorts of names and stuff.
contacting employers,
Yeah.
anything they can. You take a video talking to someone, they'll track that person down and harass them.
Yeah. Yeah, Brian Mullen. I didn't know whether Brian Mullen was meant to be something that you were friendly of. I don't know. But what happened with Brian Mullen? Because it's very rarely talked about now, and even George isn't around anymore. George was the guy. Ruhif told us quite blatantly that George had the right to do that.
I've listened to Brian Mullen when he was, let's say, active in flat Earth topic, because he is engineer, so he was just describing from his position physics about physics in engineering, etc. So I was listening to him as he was, let's say, scientist, practical scientist. So as George was also. So that's I think that's why Brian Mullen was, let's say, doxed by George, because he could undermine George's position in this arena. So because for Globers, George was authority as engineer. So Brian Mullen would be for, let's say, flat Earth. And he just, let's say, retired. And he even put video about his retirement from this arena. It was vague statement that family, etc. There are more important things. So at first glance, I didn't realize what's going on. Just maybe he's bored or whatever. But later on, I realized that it might be this issue with George.
Yeah. And once you know what this arena is all about, then you know that there will never be any professional people come into this arena. And once you know that there's never going to be any professional people, because they're going to be at the risk of being Brian Mullins. I mean, now, what do you reckon? Do you reckon Brian Mullins was genuine?
I would say yes, but because I didn't find in him anything that he was acting or whatever. He only thing.
I agree with Paper.
He was putting on YouTube. It was his films explaining physics, mechanics, etc. So that's all what he put on YouTube, as I remember. So there was no anything about drama, about
Yeah, what I'm saying is
disagreement.
in the greater scheme of things, Brian Mullins let everybody know that if you are a professional, if you want to say anything, then you best be prepared to lose your job. So Brian Mullins, to me, was the character that came out here to let everybody know that if you're a professional, you can't actually say anything. So therefore, when I came into it knowing a little bit about surveying, everybody was absolutely certain that you can't, I wasn't a professional. Because they know that they couldn't find an employer. I was a carer. Had I not been a carer, these people would have found my job. And they would have phoned people up about it. Definite fact. They probably, you know, they know who I am. They know my name. Everybody knows this, right? Everybody knows that the people in this arena will Brian Mullins you if you have anything to do with anything. If you're not sorted in your job and you've got it all secure, they'll come after
They
you.
will, yeah. And me and Bev are lucky because we're both carers. So we don't have that career, that job that we, you know, because we're doing other things at the moment. Our life has taken a different path, which allows us to have the freedom that other people don't have, which is why I'm still here. That's one of the reasons I'm still here, is because I don't have the job to lose like other people do. So I can say these things, and I mean they can try and hurt me. Have at it.
Call my boss, I dare you.
Well, that's you're in this arena, Rob. Everybody knows that, right? You're still here, so it's
Yeah,
not
and I
no
ain't going anywhere.
surprise, really.
Me and my boss have these conversations, even though we don't agree, but we still have the conversations. Short as they may be, you can't handle it.
It's a really strange arena, but just people talking about things, like just in reality. Oh, what?
But of course, if people are doxing other people, like Brian Mullin was doxed, for me, it's of course it is nothing to comment, but it's all is very sad because it shows morality, just basic morality of that kind of people.
I think the problem is, sorry, paper to cut in. I can't talk long because, you know, I'm working or what have you. The problem is there's this arena has been created by a bunch of people that claim to have proofs and have presented zero proofs. That's the problem. And they go around calling themselves this or that, and they get away with it. Except one side is backed by a bigger entity, which is called mainstream, and the other side is trying to become mainstream. Whereas in here, all we're talking about is reality. That's it. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And there's only a certain couple of groups that have a problem with that. That is all.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree, and I would say that flat earthers, this, let's say, movement or community or whatever, they gained credibility not by pushing flat earth model, but debunking the globe. So they did that for many years, have been doing for many years, and then they started positive proofs for flat earth. So maybe they changed topic because they thought that the previous one, this debunking globe, is exhausted topic, and they started for, I would say, for money, pushing new positive topic, and that's it. But it is undefendable position. But they do that, so they trying hard. They trying hard.
Well, it's a tiny little arena as far as the internet's concerned. But for some reason, they seem to be upset at, I say people, but I'm mainly talking about myself, coming from a reality position.
For me, the last events, let's say, with Flatzoid and Geran, is the conclusion is for me that now flat earthers are on the same side as globers about science. They not entirely, but it is going in that direction. Because I've heard, for example, Flatzoid agreeing with Fight the Flat Earth on science. So they both agreed that mathematics is not science, and proofs are in mathematics, but not in science. So they agreed on that. Flatzoid, allegedly flat earther, and Flatzoid and Fight the Flat Earth, alleged glober. So they both are going with the mainstream narration about science, and for me it is more important than this flat Earth versus globe Earth disagreement or whatever. It is not important. For me, it is important that they both agreeing on bullshit science, modern science, both sides. And Geran is going the same way lately.
Is that because you've had conversations, or have you seen anything new? Were you here when he came over here and had a chat with us?
No, I can infer that from, for example, Geran with Nathan Oakley. Whatever Nathan Oakley said, good or bad, but still, Geran response is that he is going with that mainstream narrative about science. And this is, for me, this is sad, just sad.
Did anybody see the debate that Jaron did? Think about that. Jaron going into the debate arena.
I am now, not actually, but before stream, I was watching McToon versus Brian. Brian Litke.
Is Blute going
Hey,
on about
producing.
Jesse Kozlowski's bloody license again? It's
No, he's no,
he's not fucking here.
no. He's going on about Brian Mullins. He's saying Brian Mullins' PE license is a matter of public record. All George did was verify his license status.
No, Ruhif. We've got Ruhif on record telling us that George phoned his company up to check
Yes.
his license. Blue. And it's not about people's licenses. It's about people phoning up about people's jobs at their places of work.
Yeah, you can search the internet all you want, right? For public information. Fine. But when you then phone these companies up to speak to them about their employee, that's when you've kind of crossed the line into what are you doing with your life?
What if you don't go that far? What if you just tell people to unsubscribe and stop giving money to people? Would that be kind of similar to that, or am I going a
It's
bit
not
too
as bad.
far with that?
That's just being an arsehole. Like,
Okay. But I mean, it's kind of still would that be considered scummy behavior? Sorry, sorry to steal somebody's terminology. Would that
scummy
be considered?
behavior.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just for clarity, thank you.
Yeah, it's pointless. It's like if you don't like what someone's doing, you can't tell people not to watch it. They're going to watch it. Everyone's going to watch what they want to watch, right? Make your videos, do your stuff, but why tell people don't subscribe to them, don't watch their stuff, don't give them any money?
And by the way, Blue is trying to defend George, but in fact, I was watching with great interest what Brian Mullin was doing with his videos, and this he put this short film that he is turning into family, etc. It was very unexpected and was not prepared. He was not talking about that before, so it was just short film. So it was very abrupt, let's say, very unexpected. So I would say that it indicates that he was maybe not threatened, but suggested to stop because of something like George.
Yeah, you can't have random people phoning your work up because of something you're doing outside of your work. Because that's the only reason George was calling them up, was because of the videos he'd been made on YouTube.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's it. But I think there's an element of keep away from that story. I mean, it's not around anymore, obviously, because the climate's changed. They literally want people to be pointed at and called flat earthers nowadays. It's a different thing. There's the stigma that these guys rely upon whenever they call people flat earthers. But I'm talking about people like Blue and George and Ruhith and whoever else it is. The Bobby Steels, the ones that come round to just watch to call people names and all of that. That's the bit that still exists nowadays. But I mean, it's no big deal, because everybody knows that this group of people call people flat earthers for any reason now. I mean, for just acknowledging that horizontal exists in reality, that makes you a flat earther. Because Nathan Oakley's saying flat earth is horizontal, then if you mention horizontal, you're now a flat earther to some people. Big Blue, one of the people in the chat. It's a strange arena that I don't know whether anybody's ever going to really get used to it. whether you can get used to it. Oh, well, Blue. Blue said that George never called him. Well, Ruhif's the one that told us that he did call him. So you and Ruhif, you're at odds there, Blue. In fact, I've got Ruhif on video stating it. He was quite proud of it, really, as well. Ruhif was. You should really have a word with Ruhif, Blue.
Yeah, and we talked to George many times, and I'm sure that was brought up.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember him ever saying anything like, "Oh no, I just looked his license up." There was nothing like that, so I don't know what Blue's going on about. And yes, we did talk to George quite a lot because, oddly enough, he couldn't stay away. He just had to keep coming. And he was even going to visit the UK. And he was going to, well, he said he wanted to take me out for dinner. Never happened, unfortunately, but would have been nice to have a chat with George.
Yeah. I quite like George, even though he was giving us the death threats and trying to get us people to shoot us. Doxing people, finding their addresses, posting their addresses. I think he got led into a really bad group of people.
Yeah, and then he got egged on, right? So they saw that he had a tendency to go off like that, to get obsessed with things. And that's what these people do. They'll manipulate and push people that I would consider need a bit of care rather than pushing to do stupid shit. Someone should have said to him, "Oh, someone's trying to phone me. Darn it."
Yeah. I thought Blue should have been looking after George a little bit better. We noticed there was something going wrong. Blue should have known about that too. You should have looked after George, Blue. I blame you, Blue. We saw he was in a fragile state of mind. Easily egged on by a load of people with hatred. I'm pretty sure that George wasn't that. He didn't have that much hate in him. He was just egged on. Strange that you're over here as well, Blue. I thought you'd have had enough. Still got to live it. You do away. Go and have a play with the flat earthers. I think you got in that other server. Medicinal mass media. We could come over and have a chat. Or are you wanting to keep it full of contradictions? Okay. As he's coming down tomorrow.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
I don't know why I never talk on the live shows, and then one night I'm talking. Sorry to everyone listening.
It's just a minute. Yes. So when you came into this arena, that was straight into 24/7, or did you go somewhere else first? You know, like how did you end up wherever? I mean, we're all here now, right?
Yeah. I had used Discord before, but it was very briefly for a completely different topic. I joined the YouTube and, you know, helped out behind the scenes, and then I joined the Discord, but I didn't use it, and then I left. It wasn't for me. And yeah, I watched, I don't know, 6 months to a year of Nathan Oakley and all of that stuff, and then I decided, right, I'm going to go into the Discords, and I joined 24/7. And I got caught in their net of weirdness for, I don't know, it must have been about a year, wasn't it, Bev? Because I think we kind of joined about the same time and left about the same time.
Yeah, well,
It was the same as Spot On as well, I think.
I went in to go and to go looking for Jesse Kozlowski. I didn't know who Nathan Oakley was. There's a lot of people who've come into this and they have a similar story, right? They don't know who anybody is within this arena. And that's only natural for, you know, people to not have a clue. Whereas everybody else in this arena says, oh, you don't know who such and such a person is. You don't know who that is. Well, if you've not been in the arena, then you don't know all of the players of the game. And I didn't know who Nathan Oakley was. I specifically came to try and have a word with Jesse Kozlowski. So I had to go into an arena where, you know, the people, I don't know, like how'd you get in? How'd you get to have a word with someone? Like, right,
With great difficulty.
You've got Blue Marble in the chat here now, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you want to have a word with Blue Marble. How do you do that?
Well, I suppose you have to join his Discord and hope that he will speak to you.
But then it's the same conversation as Nathan Oakley, right? If you say one word wrong, these people will put you on the opposite side and just dismiss everything. Like you'll never be able to have a conversation, because the moment you ask a question, then you should already know the answer. Like, you shouldn't ask people questions, probing questions that they might not know the answer to. Like, chances are, if you don't know the answer to a question, when you ask somebody else this question, they'll get all triggered. They'll get upset at you asking them a question. And I'm not too sure whether that is helpful within an arena where people are meant to be helping you along on a journey, on a path, or whatever. So I don't know. That's the position we're in at the minute. Blue thinks I'm afraid of him or something because he's... You can come in, Blue. Nobody's banned you from the Discord channel. Somebody might have deleted you from the YouTube, but hey, I don't care about the chat on YouTube particularly. I think personally, I think the YouTube chat's a bit of a waste of time. I'd rather have people in the Discord, then we can have a conversation. This sort of stuff seems to limit people's ability to converse with each other. Text. But I guess you've got to do what you've got to do.
Yeah, I'd like to have a chat with Blue. Come and have a chat, Blue. Come on. Let's find out why you do what you do. It's a bit weird though, because none of them can ever just like talk normally. Always got to be arguing about the shape of the earth. When you try and
be on the defensive. Always.
yeah, when you try and talk to them about anything else, they can't do it.
Nah. Come on in, Blue. Be like, come on over. He doesn't even want us over there at that medicinal mass media thing. Isn't that right, Blue? Unhide you where? For what purpose, Blue? You talking now? What's up with him? It's that suspicious, Blue, that I'm not even going to bother looking. Can't see the point in it. Unless you tell us why that you need your other account to be able to talk when you're talking here, and you can actually come into the Discord at any time you want as well. Like,
Why do you have more than one YouTube account?
well, I do as well. Got your other account, haven't you?
What other account?
When they shut your YouTube channel down, remember?
Oh,
When they go after you to try and
oh,
report you.
I don't have one of those. So everyone has 2 YouTube channels, really?
Yeah, Blue must.
That can't be
Definitely got
right.
2 accounts, so he must have. You know that, like, there are people who have many different accounts for whatever purpose. I mean, they may as well get a YouTube channel linked to each one of these different accounts. If you're going to go around with loads of different accounts, you may as well show everyone that you do actually have multiple accounts. I mean, Blue's got 2 accounts that we know about. What about the ones that we don't? What about Bobby? Is Bobby still around?
How do they even manage? I have enough trouble, right, logging into different things with just one account on these platforms. Right, there'll be some hiccup, and then it'll say your password's not right, and then you have to redo your password, and then I've lost, I think, 3 Discord accounts because it just won't let me back in. There's something gone wrong, so I've made a new one. And I've forgotten where I was going with that, which is really helpful.
It's the multiple YouTube accounts of Blue Marble Science and his friend Bob the Science Guy,
Yeah,
formerly Dr.
like-
Bob.
Yeah, how many's he got? YouTube channels?
Bob,
Hmm.
who knows?
I think it's got
He's
to be at
definitely
least 4.
got over. No, he's got over 6.
Oh. Why?
It's Bob the Science Guy, isn't he?
Yeah, but they're not all called Bob the Science Guy.
No. No, Bob the Science Guy's the one that seems to be put on the back burner. That's the one with the most subscribers. These other ones.
Well, they do that. They go quiet, don't they? Or they disappear for a month or so and then come back sometimes on a different account and then hope there's new people around who don't know who they are.
Friends of Flat Earth. Can you imagine that on Facebook?
So why is someone who is dead set against flat earthers, all of that stuff, why would you then go and make an account and call yourself Flat Earth Friend? Would you be trying to, I don't know, con people?
Like Flat Earth Charles.
Like how does that work? Yeah.
Flat Earth Math.
You've got Flat Earth Pilot, Flat Earth Dogma. There's loads of them.
Maybe they are looking for tag. Just that's why they name, or in their name, account name is Flat Earth. I don't know, but maybe this is.
I think if the
purpose.
Flat Earth Society guys have to call their thing tag Flat Earth, because the idea of this is an obfuscation thing. You need to obfuscate as many things as possible. So if you have a load of hardcore globe earthers, but their channel names is Flat Earth something, then you know that they are Flat Earth Society, because they're using the Flat Earth name to obfuscate for a globe, because that's the only way globe can work.
And they need each other. For example, this sextant argument, for example, was great topic, and it still is, I think, for globers. So flat earthers feed themselves with that, let's say, argument, but also globers. So both sides, if they are sides, benefited from that for like 2 years. Good money.
Yeah, it's more about the obfuscation though, isn't it? Really, when you think about it. Because the globe model is full of contradictions, so you can't really sell the globe to anyone. I don't think.
You can sell a story, science fiction story called science.
But it's much easier if you put up a false dichotomy and then make the flat earthers look ridiculous. then it's much easier to convince people of the globe, right? Because
Yes,
they're
very.
already there. There's no need for you to sell them anything.
Yes, because people can compare globe versus flat Earth, which is more ridiculous. Okay, flat Earth is taking literally is more ridiculous. So let's go with the globe. Because people, let's say normal people, they don't go really into science, into arguments, into logic. So they take on the surface, which one is more ridiculous. Flat Earth appears now to be more ridiculous than globe. So let's go with the globe.
Yeah. This is such a strange arena. Well, R8 says it's a symbiotic relationship. It's the same thing. They both require each other. And while we've been watching Flat Earth and Globe Earth, I've been thinking, at what point are they going to talk about reality? And the strange thing is, they don't. They don't ever mention any proofs in reality. In fact, they've said that there is no proofs in reality. So that's really strange to me. It shows me that neither of them want what's going on to end. Because they like to tell you that out there is this thing called a globe that everybody knows about. Well, they don't. Nobody knows anything about it. Nobody does anything to do with the globe in reality at all. There's only this group of people within this arena that likes to tell everybody that everybody has to do something with the globe. They don't. Only the people in this fucking arena. At some point, they're going to talk about reality, but they're not. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to do the talking about reality. But now I've noticed that when we do talk about reality, like Flatsoid said the other day, he's going to use the proof that level is horizontal that we've got that proves the Earth's not flat. That, well, they're just going to use that to say that the Earth is flat, because that's contradictory, and that's what's required to keep people within this state of contradiction. Flag's got proof of something. Just ask around for what Flag's got.
video clips are not proofs. They can contain proofs, but by themselves they are not. I have seen a load of videos and not many arguments there. So video is not a proof.
So, Emma, you came into this arena and now you're here. What are we going to do now? What was the aim? Was it just sort of friendship? I mean, why do people come into this? Because the amount of abuse and stuff that we've ended up having, why do we stick around? Why are people still here in this arena? What are we still doing here?
Because it's better than most of the other content on the internet.
Well, it's real. That's for one thing, right? This isn't made up within this server. This is as real as it gets. And I've had enough of fake TV, films, actors. Because all actors are people who are paid to lie to you. And yeah, it's scripted and all of that, but that's not the truth. That goes for news and newspapers, everything really.
Can I say something about the script?
Yeah.
So we have this two arguments. There's a Modus Tollens argument that you just brought out recently saying if the earth is flat, then there will be no measurable changes in elevation. Technically, that's a script. Just saying.
Well,
I love it here.
Script as in
I just
it's
wanted to
wrote
tell
down.
you. Yeah. You got a script.
Wait, so that's an argument. It's not script. Is so you say this
It
and
is
then they say
scripted.
that and
No, hang on. It is scripted because it's written down. Let's look up the definition of script. It means it's scribed. It means it was written down. Some of these guys have a script that they just haven't written down. So, I don't know. I
Yes,
just hate the term scripted because we're not scripted around here, but we have a script.
Rob, technically you are right, but
I know technically I'm right.
we are talking about script within, let's say, this is new media meaning term. So, for example, presenter in television is going with script. So it doesn't matter if it is written down or not, but he is saying in television what he has to say, no matter what. So whatever conversation will turn into, he has to say what he has to say. So he is not flexible because, for example, if respondent is responding not in that way that he expected, presenter in television anyway will go with his script because he has to do that. So this is what script now means. And this conversation between flat Earth and globe Earth, for me, seems to be scripted like that. So their responses, their questions, debates, for me, it is kind of scripted. So you can expect what they say. What will they say during debate? Nothing new, nothing unexpected. So their rebuttal for example, for arguments are also scripted. So like sophistry. So they are using sophistry. They are using same tricks in debate or in conversation. And that is what I called scripted responses. And when they cannot do their script during conversation, they are triggered. A perfect example is Brenda. If you put Brenda or Brenda-like people out of the script, they are automatically triggered.
Oh, I've got there's a great comment in the YouTube from Bobby. Listen to this. That just kind of sums up the people in this arena. So Bobby says, "FE is a little exclusive club for the downtrodden. It's all about us versus them. A way for unemployable people at home all day to argue till the end of time and feel a part of something."
Okay, can I address that as the flat earther that has a job that pays me pretty well? I don't know who that person was, but they're very misinformed because I'm a very well educated person and I make I don't actually walk around telling people, yeah, I'm a flat earther. But when I hear trigger words like horizontal and planet, I tend to mention a little something to people. It'd be like, planet. You even know where that word came from. So I have a job, by the way.
Well, those of
People
us that
don't
are
even-
carers have jobs. I mean, I think everybody has a
Yeah.
job. It's like it's the way that people like Bobby imagine everybody's unemployable.
But it sounds like Bobby's the kind of guy that would watch the news at 6 and they would say, "Oh my gosh, you must all go and jump off the nearest cliff right now." And guess who would be first jumping off that cliff? Bobby. So have at it, Bobby. You carry on jumping off that cliff and not questioning anything ever. He's still going. "Just an opinion, I'll leave. Thought this was a good place for opinions."
Yeah.
So me apparently reading out his opinion and then us discussing it is not the reaction he was looking for.
That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Sums up Bobby, really.
Come in for a chat, Bobby. Let's have a conversation.
Or a mom, maybe you just disrupted his script. That's why he's unhappy.
Bobby won't come in because it would be quite obvious who Bobby is if Bobby comes in. And they can't have that.
It's not right, that, Bobby, is it?
He hasn't got that good voice changer as Brenda had.
Oh, FPV's just asked, have you had any sexist comments to you? Do you know what? I'm going to be brutally honest here and say the worst treatment I have had has been from flat earthers. By far. And the comments.
But that is because they're the ones that you talk to most.
I would say so. The thing is with Globers, it's like a trolling. It's all the same. You get used to it, and you just kind of, or I do anyway. I ignore it. I mean, anonymous people online, their opinion doesn't really hold that much sway with me. If they don't like me, it doesn't bother me in the slightest. Oh, Bobby can't come in. He's driving.
This is it, Flat Earth
But yeah,
is a rough place for women. It's a bad
Yeah,
arena,
but it's
isn't it?
yeah, it's the whole thing combined. So you've got the Globers who do their thing, but then you've got the flat earthers who do their thing. And unfortunately, I've had more interactions with the flat earth side, and been treated appallingly. I've had people scam me out of money, which was my own fault for being a complete naive. I mean, it was like I'd been transported back to my early 20s. You know, when you think you know it all, you've got life sorted. Oh, I knew it all. No, the internet. I was an absolute naive idiot when I first came onto Discord, and I got completely manipulated and taken advantage of. That's why I have quite strong opinions, and I don't hold back. Because I think for maybe 2-3 years of being in this arena, I was the nicest person to everybody, both sides, nice as pie. I would never say anything to upset anyone. And look at me now. That's because I woke up to the reality of this arena and what it is. But yeah, I don't want to harp on about the women thing, because it's not. It's equally as bad for men in this arena as it is women. But like, women get slightly different treatment, but it's no worse or better than what the men get, if you know what I mean. But yeah, there are a lot of people around this arena who don't like women talking.
Why do you think that is?
I think a lot of the times these guys are used to very meek, submissive, wouldn't really say anything, don't air their opinions kind of women. And then I think when they come across someone who's quite happy to be blunt and upfront, they don't like it. I don't know. There's many, many reasons.
I always
But I
used
don't
to
want.
think at the beginning that it probably would be better, because in households, you've probably seen it, that blokes, the women of the household, well, it doesn't really matter what the blokes do, because the blokes will do what the blokes do. But if the woman of the household is, let's say, wise to reality, then the bloke has to wise up too. But it seems from what I've noticed anyway, within this arena, that most of the women are single. Does seem to be a loner sort of thing, doesn't it? Most of the people within this arena are looking for something, whether that's friendship or, finding something out for themselves, personal growth, learning, or just arguing with people.
Everybody comes in and they've got their own reason and what they're looking for. And it's many different reasons. Mine was I was interested in the topic and I actually wanted to like overcome my fear of talking on the internet. And then I just stayed because I met, out of all of the insanity, I met some really great people. And yeah, we're here. The Logos has led us here.
And it's about this Discord server, really. We do the live shows and all of that, but it's not for this arena, it's for the people that are in this Discord server. And we know there's not going to be a lot of people watching. Doesn't really make a difference. In fact, I can't see how people would flock to this in masses. Because this is the place that you come to find sanity within reality. Yeah, I've had a load of work done in the house, and every one of the guys that came round here, they're fascinated with conspiracy theories. They can't stop talking about it, and that's everyone. Every one of them I've asked, they're into all sorts of conspiracy theories, aliens, the moon landings and all of that. But every one of them has said that flat Earth is fucking ridiculous. What's that tell you about it? They even thought that it was really weird because they'd never heard of the end conspiracy. The one where vertical and horizontal aren't perpendicular. They'd never even heard of that one yet. But I think they will at some point. Hopefully, anyway.
Conspiracy about horizontal and vertical.
Yeah,
What's
if you
the
never heard of
conspiracy?
it. They keep it really quiet because they don't want to let people know about it. Blue Marble's done it with his mates. Because I bet you thought that vertical and horizontal were perpendicular, didn't you?
Yeah, still, I'm still thinking in that way.
Mm-hmm. Well, like north, south, east, west. I mean, most people think they're perpendicular too.
I was just gonna say, I hope you don't say that north, south, east, and west are perpendicular.
Yeah, but vertical and horizontal are on two planes, two different planes. But these cardinal directions, which I don't see as cardinal, they are on the same plane, horizontal.
Yeah, we call it the model-induced horizontal paradox. And that's why a lot of people are going a bit funny over it. Even the flat earthers have joined in too. Because they've got a sniff of the not that, right? But I don't think they quite understand how to go about it. Because it's really difficult to understand the not that and how do you speak of it without making yourself look like you're fucking crazy.
Yes, I understand, yeah.
Well, that's the horizontal paradox. Because you can't have perpendicularity if you don't have horizontal. It takes them a bit to be able to say it.
Yes, and that's why they need this bendizontal, and they need at the same time, because these two are linked, they need angle to a curve. So bendizontal and angle to a curve, these two are linked. They need them both. So perpendicularity to a curve, with a curve, and at the same time angle to a curve. So these are two requirements for them. They need them both.
Like always, if anybody wants to come in, come and have a chat. Risk a conversation about something. Yeah, there's going to be obviously conversations. I keep going on about these arguments and stuff, but I guess what's stopping it is the fact that I did have a conversation with a surveyor on the street. I've had lots of conversations with surveyors. I had one conversation with a surveyor on the street. He said, when describing a level for me in a canal, he said it was flat. And at that moment, I knew that guy's a surveyor, and the words that people use could get him in trouble. I mean, a lot of people have said that that's a fake interview, wasn't a real person, you know, it was all set up and staged. Well, it wasn't. He didn't say that the earth was flat. He just happened to use flat as a terminology that he used about level and horizontal. But there are now flat earthers going around, because I've had it, Nathan Oakley, telling me that I'm lying because I say that no surveyor would ever say that the earth's flat. Nathan Oakley thinks that surveyor said that. He didn't say it about the earth. He said it about level and horizontal. It's going to be it's the reason I can't have any more conversations, because I know that the conversations, when we talk about reality, that's all I've ever been talking about. Yet the group of people now that are in this arena, Flat Earth Society members, will automatically say that anything that I say that comes from reality is flat Earth. And then people like Nathan Oakley will tell everybody else to unsubscribe from us for that reason. Oh, thank you very much, gods. Click the link. 10 memberships. Grab yourself a membership. We'll be doing more members stuff, but whoever it was that was after looking at the The philosophy course, that's on the members stuff. Notice Gary Wabenga there. Grabbing a membership. Gary's had some choice words to say about us, haven't he? One of those silent listeners. Publicly, it's okay. Everybody would have to publicly get rid of us, right? They publicly slander us, call us names and all of that sort of stuff publicly, just to keep safe face.
Where has Gary ever been in here? I can't remember.
He's posting a load of videos recently about.
No, I mean, but has he ever come in and actually talked?
I don't think so, no. I think he called us a few names when we were over at Jose's. He always popped in when we weren't there.
Oh,
I always had Gary Wabenga down as that Flat Earth Society guy that fills a hole whenever they need somebody to ridicule. But that's what this arena's about, I think. They always want to ridicule people to get them out of the arena. Now, those ones that don't go, don't know what they're in it for. I mean, like Gary, you want to come in and have a chat. Tell us why you're still here. Unless, if you think that having a load of mentally deranged people calling you names is a good thing, and you think that your whatever message you have is actually getting out anywhere, don't know who's pushing the stuff, who wants to try to tell people about these basic things. I mean, like, vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. Well, there's a big surprise to just about everyone. It's the same as level being horizontal. Everybody knows it in reality. Apart from a few people within this arena that have decided they want to change the definitions of things just to fit this arena. Conversations are no good outside of this arena. You can't go around telling people that level drops from horizontal. In reality, you can't do that. If you were pretending you were a surveyor and then you told people publicly that level drops from horizontal, how would you get away with that? That's like a reverse Brian Mullins. Because if your employer found out and you were an actual surveyor, that you'd said that level drops from horizontal at a measurable rate, you'd be getting sacked. Nobody could have anybody working for them in a surveying company that says that level drops from horizontal. A quadratic rate, exponential, call it. Not linear, not a slope. No. An impossible. So I don't know why certain people are still in this arena. And I think the ability to communicate should be, if people have been in the arena for long enough, we are talking about reality. And we do specialize in advanced simplicity, so nothing complicated. There's no need for anybody to come with any advanced level stuff. Just start at the basics, first principles. Start from there, where the most people can understand, and just build up from there. I think it's all about philosophy at the minute, though. because that's the only place. Well, say it's the only place you can sort your mind out. But maybe that's where you could get messed up too. People believe that sophistry is just an alternate branch of philosophy. Kevin, how about perpendiculars of circles? There you go. That's another one. I need to go and make a brew. I'm gagging. Somebody want to do a talk about something, or do you want to bust a song?
I've rambled enough. Put Buster on.
Only one? Go on, give us a... It's only early, so this is going to be a mid-show buster.
Can we
Tell you
have
what.
just a? Can we have just a plain Buster? Like a full-on just Buster
One chance,
version.
something like that.
Yeah. That'd be
Okay.
good.
Okay. Nobody else talking. One chance. Okay. See you in a few minutes.
I have enough confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we're back. Didn't lose too many people either. Well, thanks for sticking with us. Bust the tune. Mid. That's some good guitaring in that. Something about it. The lyrics are always the best. I noticed we've got a few people with Owen Benjamin, the Bears. Should send Owen Benjamin some Buster tunes. It's about time Buster got the credit. Some of the best tunes. And I know the lyrics and all of that are related to us, but the lyrics are mainly subliminal. I don't know what to say, really. Such a good tune. And you can do fuck all with an angle. To get that in a song. I mean, he did that ages ago, way before Nathan Oakley got pissed off about it. Because it wasn't really wrote for Nathan Oakley, but ever since Buster wrote that song, Self-Evident Reason, you could do fuck all with an angle. A lot of flat earthers have got pissed off about it. It's strange, isn't it? Maybe they shouldn't have picked an argument that relied upon an angle. But that's how you know what's going on in this arena, that nobody's ever going to ask anybody what they can do with an angle. Because what can you do with an angle? You can prove flat Earth. And globe Earth as well, because globe Earthers do exactly the same thing. So if you model afflicted with an angle, you can prove your model. But those of us that live in reality know that you can do fuck all with an angle. And that's why they don't want us in the arena pointing these things out. Yeah, I think everybody would want to have a chat with Owen Benjamin, wouldn't they? Isn't he like the funny guy down at the pub? Providing you can get on the same wavelength.
So I come from the bear community, Owen Benjamin community. I was thinking about writing him a letter, kind of talking about my whole journey through Discord to this place. I think it'd be really cool if you guys had a chat.
No, that
I'll
would
tell
be
him
good.
that. I'll tell him to check out Buster on YouTube.
Yeah, some of the I think some of the most well, it's probably biased, but yeah, I don't know the meanings within the songs and all of that. Mainly because Buster's been writing his lyrics, listening to us. Oh, look, he's here. Shh. Don't mention it.
Are we needing a song? Are you still alive?
Yeah.
Oh, can we get a live?
Yeah. There's no rush. There's no rush. We'll keep
Oh, no,
going
oh,
for
no,
a
no.
fair bit. I mean, like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you could, like, give me, like,
Yeah. We'll give you loads
maybe
of time. Don't worry about it.
It's
5
fine,
minutes.
Buster. Take your time.
Yeah.
No, that's.
Okay.
Oh my god, that's so cool.
Yeah.
All right. I just sat down.
Oh my god, I
thought-
sound like a right fangirl. I'm gonna shut up now.
I got home from my drive and I was like, I ate, and I went back and I was like, well, if they're still alive, I'll go in and think about it. All right, give me just a few minutes.
Cool.
Yeah.
Would it just anything or?
Yeah.
Well, I'll just pick through a couple I'm still halfway familiar with. It won't take that long. 'Cause, 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 'cause,
Yeah, there's no rush. We've just done one chance. Is this going to be a new one? What are we going to get? Or an old one? What
Yeah,
have you
it'll
got
have
on?
to be something that yeah, the new stuff. I'm still.
Yeah.
I got a ways to go on it.
What about practice of model affliction?
I could do that like probably right now.
Well, like you say, no rush. But
Just give me a couple minutes on that one. I'll just give it a quick run through.
yeah, we've got a bit of a blues competition going on in the Discord server. So I know there's a lot of musicians in this. I've noticed that. Right, there's something common within. I don't know. Is it the music, the geometry, and the music? There's a link somewhere. It's a cerebral link. And the musicians, I think, are the pinnacle of the geometry, because it's I don't know, you feel it. Similar sort of thing.
Absolutely.
I would say geometry is also about proportions.
Yeah, so is music, you know.
And music, especially harmony, because in quadrivium music, this word was not used in Greek as music. It was harmony. So harmony is proportion between sounds, let's say. And it is all about proportion. For example, within chords or in polyphony or harmony, harmony is about proportion between voices or sounds. So also proportions. So
Yeah.
there is obvious link between geometry and harmony.
Right. Wasn't harmonies and proportions that Pythagoras was going through?
Yes, octave, for example, octave is proportion 1 to 2. This is octave. If you have two frequencies and they are in proportion 1 to 2, you hear octave. And it is going with progression. So next proportion is 2 to 3. This is fifth or quint. This is next perfect consonants, because first is octave, 1 to 2. We are going with natural numbers. Next, 2 to 3 is quint. This is next perfect imperfection. Let's say slightly less perfect consonants, but still considered as perfect consonants. Then we go to 3 to 4. 3 to 4 is quart or fourth. And next we are going to 3 to 4, 4 to 5. That would be the third. It is not perfect consonant. In fact, in medieval times, it was not considered as consonants. And of course, and we are going through whole octave, so or scale, let's say, diatonic scale. It is going farther and farther. So it is proportion between numbers and sounds. They are the same. So you can express in numbers these proportions, and you can hear them. So this is not only just some link, it is exact link between, for example, numbers, proportions, and sounds.
Yeah. What was the guy's name? Johann?
Uh-oh. Is
Yeah,
that
no, you wrote the really good book about this called Counter.
So sorry, I cannot hear you.
Oh, am I breaking up?
yeah,
Not
a bit
working?
roboty?
I think that you were too far from microphone.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying that the guy one of the guys who figured this out was Johann Josef Fuchs. He was an Austrian composer, and he wrote the book Counterpoint, which is all about this type of stuff. And then I think that was in the Baroque period, and I think later in the Baroque period was when Bach came in and kind of perfected it all with the well-tempered clavier. It's really really interesting stuff. But Johann Fuchs's book is called Counterpoint, and it's all about this type of stuff, the proportions.
Yes, but
Very geometric.
he was not the first. These proportions in
Right.
harmony, it was at least from ancient Greek times, because
Oh yeah.
whole theoretical part of harmony is from Greeks. So this Johann Fuchs, yes, of course, I've heard of him, but he's not. He didn't invent anything. Counterpoint is in polyphony, and it is first in early medieval times. It was already known as organum. So because it was organized, two voices organized in one. So it was called this two voice with one with bourdon, this bass one sound, and voice above, and it was called already organum. So it was, I would say that harmony accompanied humanity from the beginning. But we don't know, this is not written down. This theory of music and harmony is not written down previous than Greeks. So we know that from Greeks, but of course, they were not inventors of music.
No, but they made it mathematical.
Yeah.
I think.
Yes, they created theory around harmony. Yes, and they maybe maybe even they discovered that proportions and described them, these proportions, as numbers, because it is from this proportion is also not only with sound, because if you can hear octave, for example, you don't see proportion and you don't hear this as proportion, but it is derived from real physical proportion. So, for example, if you have a chord or string, and you will pull the string, and it will give you some sound with some frequency. And if you cut the string in the half, exactly in the half, you will have this frequency doubled, exactly doubled. So it is octave, and so on. So this proportion I mentioned before, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, it is not just imaginary proportion. It is real physical proportion. You can cut a real string in that manner, in that proportion, and it will give you that thirds, quints, fifth, and fourth, etc., octaves. So it is real. It is physical property.
Where were we?
Ready for song?
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
Did you want anything? Everybody keep
Huh?
mic sorted. Yeah.
All right. Ready?
Yep.
Take this off. A little bit of blues, nothing too fancy yet. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way. Because the motto, it'll always dictate what you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model of fiction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model, it'll dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you got the model of fiction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain, and it's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie, it's gonna dictate everything that you do. Everybody knows that you got the model affliction. Model of fiction, it's your addiction. Model of fiction, it brings you so much pain that it's your ball and chain. It's your decision, defending a model position. You just don't know the geometric propositions. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model of fiction, it's your addiction. That model of fiction, it brings you so much pain that it's your ball and chain. Everybody knows that you got the model affliction blues. And this last one is for Emma. I've heard these arguments year after year. I'll just sit back and have myself a beer. Everybody wants to be heard, nobody wants to turn it to zero. Here's your chance to stand up and be the flat earth hero. Flat earth hero. Or you could be a globe earth hero. Flat earth hero. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues.
Well, famous Buster. That's getting better
Oh my
and better,
God.
that.
Oh, that was funny.
You've done a little thing to the guitar that, I don't know, what's different? You're just sort of feeling it a bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that last verse was Emma came up with those words. Not that she's gonna have herself a big.
No.
You just said that one time, so I added it in.
Yeah,
Oh,
not that Emma wants to be a flat earth hero.
No, and don't carry on the rumor that Nathan Oakley started that I'm a drunk. It's like-
I was trying to clarify that you just gave those words out, like that was like when we were messing around with the song. Anyway.
Yeah. No, it's it's awesome. I love it when you play live. It's great. Thank you.
Let's see if I can pull. I hope I don't botch this one up. Let's see if I can pull it off. I think this is good. Get the right key. I see the right. Hang on, I can't do this without a little bit of reverb. I see the writing on the wall, it's plain. The ramblings of these madmen going insane. And now I see it clear. They're running and they're hiding because of fear. If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logical will, if I don't sing and if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos, who will? The transcendental numbers, the conceptual maths will take you on a journey down a Penrose path, and you'll never see it clear. The path that you're on only ends in tears. If I don't sing and if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logical will, if I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos, who will? cast away the shadows and step into light. We're taking down the giants and opening sight. And now I see it clear that they're running and they're hiding because of fear. If I don't sing and if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logic, who will? If I don't sing and if I don't speak out, if I never see the Logos, who will? Taking back everything that was lost. I'll take it back at any cost. And I'm taking back everything that was lost. I'll take it back at any cost. If I don't sing and if I don't speak out, if I never communicate logic, who will? If I don't sing and if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos, who will?
Oh, I do like that one.
Holy shit, that one is awesome.
Who
Gotta
will?
Thank
record
you.
that one.
Yeah, that's something special, that.
Yeah, it's kind of you said like theme song. I think that's about right. You know,
Yeah.
I hope that more people would take it on as a theme song.
Who will
Kinda
speak out if there's nobody left to do it? What about if Nathan Oakley and the Globers get their way? Then nobody else will ever be talking about anything other than the stuff that these guys are wanting to dictate. Where's the voice of the common man? Where does he go? Who does he ask?
Well, I just see it as sad that like it always seems to me like from that camp, you know, like that that denomination that once they do something or say something, it has to be repeated just like that. No free thought involved. It's just that we came up with this, we did this. You have to repeat this. And where's the like free thinking in that? Where's learning how to think in that? That's just handing somebody information and say regurgitate this. To me, my opinion.
I would say the same.
I mean, thinking is supposed to be you making connections on your own. Like, you learn things, you understand how to do something, but once you dig in and do something firsthand with experience, like, you really start thinking about that. You know, what can I do here? What can I do there? You know, not just here's this, say this. That's just, yeah.
And I'd say most people aren't driven like that, though. You know, I mean, I am. I don't say that boastfully, but I know that I am because I push myself to know, you know, or want to know, and I get fueled by that to know, and it just carries me through whatever process I'm working on.
I'm the same way. I agree totally. It's the I love every part of it. Like learning something new, making it makes me something that makes me think, and even the frustration that goes along with. I may not get it right out the gate, but that even drives me further to go. I will get it. You know, I'll make the connection.
That's part of the process.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some good stuff. Like you say, Discord channel link is on the in the thing. Nightbot's present doing it. It's in the description. Really, the Discord's the place you want to be. Like last night, we went over a video of the history of the Nautical Almanac. You won't be hearing it on live because you've got to be made aware of the arena that you're going to be using these conversations in, and when you know of the history of it to start off with, you'll know that this isn't for this arena. These conversations that we have will end up getting you slandered. Perhaps you get people phoning your place of employment saying something about what they assume about you asking questions, talking about certain topics. Literally made characters, and we've been in my time I've been witness to the changing of definitions, not just in Wikipedia but actually in the dictionary. We always used to say earther isn't a word. Well, they're making it a word. Who isn't an earther? So why do you need to split them up into different categories? It's ridiculous. That's why we've banned the use of the word earther on the Discord server. It serves no purpose. But what is the modern state of life where they're literally bringing in a word that serves no purpose other than for ridicule and division? But I guess you could say that about all sorts of things.
It's just labeling people. For example, for me, this is no different, for example, like labeling people communist, capitalist, or whatever, bourgeois, etc. So this is like flat earther and globe earther. So to label people, to get them into some collection and fight against, for example. So I would say that the purpose to go into box.
Yeah, literally
Stay.
just to cause division. That's it.
Yeah. Divide et impera. Divide and conquer.
Mm-hmm. And if you can make a word that literally everybody would be an earther, and then split them up into different people and then say, well, you obviously think of the earth differently. But I mean, what exactly does that mean? And who's the one that always gets me is who's the one to hand out the labels? Like I say I'm not a flat earther. Other people say, yes, you are. Well, what does that mean? if other people get a
Why
chance to hand out the labels.
Yeah, and why do I have to pick a label? Like, what if I don't want any of those labels? That's never an option. It's very much today's society is like people like to pick a team and then argue with the other side, the people on the other team. Well, what about people who don't want to be on either team and think that both teams are not getting anywhere by just arguing in circles?
Yes, because if someone is labeling other person as flat earther and he is a globe earther, so when he labeled you, then he will say, fight for your model. And this is how the arena is set up, to fight against some models or ideas or whatever. Just for fight. Drama, fight, making money, etc.
I think it's set up as a false dichotomy.
It has to be false dichotomy because true dichotomy would be that someone has false position and opponent would have true position. So that would end conversation, because if someone is, let's say, on true side, he will use logic, maybe some bit of dialectic, but the opponent, to defend his false position, has to use sophistry. So that would be always dichotomy between, let's say, truther and, but better to say, logician, but not baby maybe, and sophist. So that would be this discussion between logician and sophist. But in fact, there is no such a debate, because now we have discussions or debates between two sophists at best. So only they can show their skill in sophistry, both opponents. And that is never ending, because sophist with a sophist will argue till the end of the world. They will never stop, because topic will not be resolved. Any question wouldn't be answered. And even if it is answered, for sophist, it is just excuse for another sophistical topic. So it is just about empty argumentation and sophistry. And I can see that now between flat Earth and globe Earth, let's say, side. Because at the beginning, as I said before, it was about debunking globe model. But now it is, we have two positive claims for globe and for flat Earth. And they are just using sophistry, both sides. For me, this is very telling. But it is lowering level of discussion. This is this part which irritates me more and more. Because someone, for example, for after many years of discussion, let's say between globe earthers and flat earthers, I expected, and I think many people expected, some progress in discussion. But there is no progression here. Now, into 2023, they are going back to same pseudo arguments like obstruction, for example, of things over curvature of the horizon or whatever. So these topics were abandoned for a few years and now they come back. So the cycle begins anew. And for me, this is just boring.
Same arguments. I've only been around here for a few years, but I think I've seen all of the arguments. You know, I don't think there's anything new.
I would say that, yes, you are correct. Nothing new. For example, refraction. Refraction is even Robotham mentioned refraction. So at his times, it was also the topic. So when this topic started now, like around 2016 or even maybe even earlier, but at the beginning in 2016, it was not mentioned. It was like later, like after 2 years or so, the Globers started to mention refraction and this calculators, etc. But in fact, this is a very old topic from 19th century. So it is very predictable what they are talking about. They were making cycles again and again. Some people may think that there are new topics here, but they are not. They are very, very old topics, like 200, maybe not two, at least 100 years old topics. And they bring them as new topics because they are talking to different generations, of course. In fact, these topics are not new. They are very old. Some of them are old like 2,000 years and more.
I wouldn't know 2,000 years.
Yeah, for example, these models were this and this, let's say, treaty, De Zero, Aristotle or not, but the author of this treaty is also discussing other models, and among them, for example, flat Earth model also. It was, I think, the guy's name was Empedocles. So it was before Aristotle, so like 200 years before him. So these philosophers, let's say natural philosophers, they were creating models of the universe. And that times, like 500 years before Christ, for example. This is not new. And with that, I will leave you. I'm going to bed. Good night.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Night, night.
The idea of a model itself is interesting because don't you have to have the subject of the model in front of you to model it?
To me, whenever I think of models, I think that the bit when they decided they wanted to change geometry or mathematics or whatever, and they wanted to come up with this non-Euclid, they had to have a model in the background in order to base whatever this new thing was. So to me, that's what the model is. It's something that goes along with the well, it goes along with your thing, doesn't it? Just whatever it is you're trying to push on people, that's what you have to put the model as. What's Timothy? Remember the firefighters? Remember the firefighters? For Timothy. We've got no debates or chats or anything planned for over the weekend, but if anybody does want to come in and have a chat, then you know where we are. Discord. It's another late UFC, like really late. You know where we are. Do you fancy doing any more singing, Buster, and sing us out? It's alright if you don't. You're probably busy. Let me sort this. Yeah, free for all Friday. I don't know what we're going to be doing on Monday. I don't know. We'll have to think of something to do. Well, let me get Buster sorted. Anybody else request for the finale? We've already had 3, 4 songs already.
I'm here.
Oh, hang on, Bev.
What?
Look in.
Look who's here.
Yeah, look in the live chat. Charles is saying, "Am I too late for VC?"
Oh well, I mean, there you go.
Oh, we always want to talk to Charles.
Bring him in. Hopes everybody
Tell us how
else
you've
wants to have a
changed
chat.
your ways.
He doesn't like it when we're not live, does he? So, well, it appears we might be staying out on live for a bit. Is he waiting for me, or I hope not? Oh, there you go. Put that back on.
Good afternoon, Charles.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, so yeah, and I don't want to
Sound like
monopolize
you've got a
anybody's time,
Yeti.
but what'd you say?
Sounds like a Yeti, mate.
It's a blue Yeti. You're very good.
Yep.
I just only heard a little piece of what you and Buster were talking about, and as a teacher, I feel very, very strongly that I try to teach my students critical thinking skills. Like I don't know of anybody who just says, here's the narrative, and I just want you to repeat it. Like I literally don't know anybody who has that approach. So I just wanted to push back a little bit because I don't know of anybody who says that.
Who said
the Earth
that
is a
somebody
globe,
said
and just
that?
repeat it. I'm sorry.
Who said that somebody said that?
Well, no. It just sounded like you and Buster were talking about, and this is just like maybe 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, that there's this message that you're just supposed to here's this line of thinking, and you're just supposed to repeat it and not question it.
Which line of
those
thinking
weren't
would you be thinking about?
Well, those weren't the exact words you used, but
I know. So which line of thinking? Because there's many different lines of thinking, right?
Well, like in this arena, it would be like this globe. The Earth is
Or
a globe,
flat.
and just repeat
Globe
it,
or flat.
or flat, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
False
Yep. If you want to
dichotomy.
talk about the Nathan Oakley show, but one thing is, we're coming up to the equinox in a couple days, and I just tell people go outside and make careful measurements. Of course,
Careful measurements of what?
The lights in the sky.
Which lights in the sky?
Specifically, the sun. There's a lot of stuff you could do.
And what
with
is
just
it
the
we're
sun.
looking for with the sun on the equinox?
You're looking for geometric relationship between the observer and the sun.
Well, we were looking at this. The sun rises in the east, sets in the west.
Yes.
Okay, so is that what derives east and west?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where east and west ultimately come from, but I'm sure that's part of it.
Okay. So what measurements would we be doing then? Because if the sun rises in the east and sets in the west for everyone, what's the measurement? Because I don't need to measure that it rises in the east and sets in the west.
Yeah, well, the whole point of my channel is ironically, is to apply Euclidean analysis to observations we can make of the sun, moon, and stars. So specifically in the equinox, you can take a look at the exact moment of sunrise. What's the azimuth of sunrise? So, most of the time it's...
What do you mean?
Meaning the exact, if you place a 360-degree protractor where 0 degrees is pointing due north, and 90 degrees is due east, most of the time the sun is rising, between, I don't know,
so how
75
do you know where north is?
Well,
to place your protractor.
I'm not gonna. Right, locally, north is well established, so I'm not interested in reinventing the wheel. You could figure it out.
Isn't north the perpendicular to the east-west that the sun does?
So I'm not asking people to reinvent the wheel. I'm asking locally people know where north is.
Trying to work out what your Euclidean principles are that you're expecting people to make careful measurements.
Yes, so everybody knows where north is.
What do you mean everybody knows where north is? Do they? Which north are you talking about?
Locally, north is well established. So we're not going to try to reinvent.
Which north are you locally talking about? Geographic north, grid north, magnetic north.
No, not magnetic.
Or Polaris.
It would be no, none of none of the above.
What tool are you using to get
geographic north? Okay, geographic
north.
The direction.
How do you know where geographic north is?
It was established by people before
us. You're talking about people placing a protractor. So how do they place their protractors with a 0 pointing towards geographic north? how is that performed for you to start off your measurements?
So let's say you're at the Greenwich Observatory in London.
Let's say you're at your house, like you're telling everybody, your channel is things that people can do on their own, right? So let's say they're where they are, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Go from that.
So, all right. So going from there, so I ask people to find a place where you can have a clear view of the horizon, and then use the local landmarks to establish, it could be a street that goes due east-west. There are some towns that have streets that do go exactly east-west.
But you said north.
Or which is 90 degrees from north-south. Okay, you can do both. I mean, everybody knows how to do 90 degrees from north-south.
Charles,
all right.
You started off by putting 0 at north, and you now reverting to east and west.
Okay, due east is 90 degrees, north is 0 degrees. Okay, so I'm not inventing the compass, and I'm not inventing
perpendicular.
Okay.
So you're saying north, south, east, and west are perpendicular?
Yeah, everybody knows this, so I'm not
You're with Bev on that one.
I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I'm trying to get people to make careful measurements.
Okay.
So
how many of them are circles? How many north, south, east, and west are circles?
You asked what the observations people are going to make, and I was trying to tell you, and you keep interrupting me.
Yeah, you said the perpendicular.
Yes, north
how
and
many
south
of them
is
are
perpendicular
circles,
to east and west. So locally, north-south is perpendicular to east-west.
Okay,
so
locally,
we're going to try to measure
north. Everybody knows where locally north is.
So where you see sunrise, thank you, Ryan. Where you see sunrise, the moment of sunrise on the date of the equinox, you just measure where the azimuth is, and you can use a little tool. You can make a tool. I got instructions on how to do this.
But you need to know where north is for you to do that.
Yes.
How do you know where north is?
Well, that's something that you could figure out outside of the scope of my channel. All right, because I'm not trying to reinvent where north is. Okay, so that's a pointless exercise.
But this is meant to be a step-by-step thing from you on your channel.
And I'm not inventing where north is. Okay.
No, we're not asking you to do that. We just want to know how you get north.
Oh my goodness, it's like I can't even get to the first place. So I say, take out a sheet of paper. Oh, did you make the paper? Did you start with papyrus? No, you just buy a sheet of paper in the stationery.
No, we're not talking about paper, Charles. We're talking about your experiment to do on the equinox.
Yes, and I'm not having anybody reinvent where north is.
Okay, right. So we've got our protractor, and we've put 0 pointing to north.
Yes.
And you say east-west is perpendicular. So what is our measurement that you're going to be measuring?
The azimuth of sunrise.
What do you mean the azimuth?
Well, if you place a protractor, a circular protractor that has 360 degrees on the ground where 0 is pointing north and 90 is pointing east, then you can measure the azimuth. If something is due east, that's 90 degrees azimuth. If it's slightly north of due east, it may be 80 degrees azimuth or 85 degrees azimuth.
So you're saying
this is well known, and I'm not
okay.
inventing anything.
So you're looking for a difference from 90.
Or just giving some number, okay? And then
would you
can apply
expect it
a
to be
Euclidean
90
analysis.
at the equator?
I expect it to be 90 just about any place besides, polar regions. The further north you go, you're going to get a little bit more distortion.
So, right, well, everybody measures 90.
Yeah, the sun on the equinox.
Right, and what
which is a little bit of a geometric puzzle.
What does that prove?
It doesn't prove anything. It is just a piece of evidence.
You said it was about the shape of the Earth, though. You said
I never said the word proof.
It was an experiment that anybody could do.
Yes, to get evidence.
So you're getting evidence that east, north, south, and east-west are perpendicular.
No, no, that was already established before the experiment.
But you're measuring 90 degrees, so that's further evidence.
The sun rises. All right, I'm not measuring 90 degrees. I'm measuring where the sun rises.
And that would be, but you're measuring it with a protractor, which is an angle measuring device.
Yes, and I'm not inventing that either.
No,
okay?
I know.
Presumably people
But
have these
like
tools.
you've said, everybody measures 90.
Well, what I'm saying is it's possible that on the date of the equinox, people will see sunrise at 90 degrees due east, which is a mathematical or geometric puzzle for certain shape of the earth people.
Why?
Because where is the sun if everybody sees it due east? No matter how far, not perpendicular, due east.
No, see,
Okay?
this is where I think you're getting it mixed up, because east is where the sun rises and west is where the sun sets.
Okay, the sun does not rise due east all year round. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
Well, does the sun not rise in the east?
Hey, when you say the east, people are talking about in a general eastward direction. They're not talking about 90 degrees azimuth.
Well, north, south, east, and west are perpendicular, which would make them 90 degrees on the azimuth, wouldn't it?
Okay, but when people say the sun rises in the east, they are not talking about 90 degrees azimuth. That's the point.
Perpendicular, yeah, they are, because they're putting
No, they
north south at 180, and then east west as 90 to 70.
So I take it you've never measured the azimuth of sunrise, because the sun does not rise 90 degrees due east.
You've just said that everybody would measure.
Okay, you didn't hear what I said, so I'll repeat it. The sun does not rise at 90 degrees azimuth for 99% of the year. Okay? It rises a little bit north of due east or a little bit south of due east for the vast majority of the year. Okay? But if you go out on the date of the equinox, it would be very interesting to see the azimuth, the exact azimuth of sunrise.
That's the day that
sun,
it is
or sunset.
perpendicular.
You keep going off about perpendicular, but that's like, going back to first principles. First principles have already been established. North-south is perpendicular to east-west. So this experiment is not to establish whether north-south is perpendicular to east-west. Okay? It's not really an experiment. It's just a data gathering exercise.
Yeah.
But if you were to find that the sun rose due east, 90 degrees due east, not 90, not 95, and not 85, but 90 degrees due east on the date of the equinox, and everybody all over the earth, except for the polar regions. I mean, if you get really far north, really far south, it's going to start creeping away. But for the most of the developed world, it's now a geometric puzzle. Where can the sun be if everybody along a line of, say, along a line of longitude sees the sunrise in the same direction? So that's just a piece of evidence. It's not proof of the shape of the earth, but it's just a piece of evidence. And that's only one. There's another one. There's a lot more you could do on the equinox. My favorite is the shadow stick sundial. People make fun of me about toothpick in a pizza box, but yes, you could stick a toothpick in a pizza box and you can measure the...
You take lights in the sky, prove that the ground is the ball.
Yes,
Story,
using Euclidean geometry, absolutely.
Do you not get a straight line, though?
Only on the date of the equinox. The rest of the year...
You think so?
The shadow...
Hey, well, let's stop right there. You think that on the equinox, the sun travels in a straight line overhead?
Well,
the shadow.
The path
like
of the
evidence
shadows.
of that.
Yeah, the path
I would
of the
like
shadows.
evidence that the path of the sun is a straight line.
On the equinox, yes. Are you disputing that?
No,
Yes.
it goes from east to west in a straight line. And it just so happens that east, west, north, and south are perpendicular. That's not much of a geometric puzzle, is it?
It is, because it only works for a certain shape of the earth.
Does anybody else see anything wrong with east-west being a straight line?
That wasn't
and
the
it
question.
being perpendicular to north-south?
No, that wasn't the question. That was established before we started making that.
Yeah, but you said it's a geometric puzzle. Like I can't see
it's a
how
geometric
that's a
puzzle.
geometric puzzle.
It's a geometric puzzle on how everybody on, like, say, everybody on a line of longitude, and they all go out at exactly the same time. So
What do you mean by a line of longitude? What's that?
You take a location and then take a location further south and then further south again and then hundreds of miles south, thousands of miles south. If everybody then goes out at the moment of sunrise and they all see the sunrise in the exact same azimuth, and that is a geometric puzzle for a certain shape of the Earth. It is well explained by the spherical Earth. But so I just posted something in the chat. I forget exactly who was. I'm not sure who exactly was saying they were challenging that on the date of the equinox, the path of shadows is a straight east-west line. But this is a well established pattern that anyone can do. Anyone can measure or observe. Just mark shadows.
I didn't say shadow. I said the path of the sun.
Yes, and I what I was talking about is what
traveling in a straight line from sunrise to sunset.
Well, but if you have a sundial and you have a flat, on a flat base, and you're marking the shadows, and those shadow markings will produce a straight line path, and that kind of indicates that the sun, from your vantage point, the sun was traveling in a straight line, right? Anyway, that's just
sorry. I just heard
two
words
things you can do. Yeah, I don't think you understand exactly what I'm saying, but
oh no, I understand you used words.
Yeah, I'm using words. That's not what I said. The words actually have meaning, and I don't think you understand the meaning behind the words. So that's okay. You don't have to.
Nah, I don't have to believe your words.
No, I'm not asking. That's why my whole channel is devoted to encouraging people to get out.
Math channel.
Yes, the Flat Earth Math channel. It's encouraged, or I just try to encourage people to get outside and make their own observations because I don't want people to believe me.
So that's what I'm saying. You're trying to get people to go out and measure 90.
No, they're not supposed to go out.
Sorry,
and measure
270. 90 and 270. Is that?
No, they're supposed to measure the azimuth of sunrise and sunset on the equinox.
Yeah, but just to let everybody know, the azimuth is where zero is north. And it's the first one. So it's on a horizontal plane. You're measuring like a compass with north being 0. And you're turning to northeast, east being the clockwise turn on the first angle. Always from north. So if you're going to go to west, you would be measuring an angle of 270 degrees. Yeah?
Yes, but that's not what I'm asking people to do. I'm
just letting people know, right? That's what the azimuth is.
I'm asking people to make careful observations on their own and then draw conclusions from whatever analysis that they may want to perform.
Yeah.
So here's an example of me actually marking shadows. I'm gonna post it into chat. This is when I did this. It was a couple years ago, but I wrote the time. So that was the date of the equinox.
He had like a big 8x4 board in his garden.
So this was a piece of cardboard with a bent paper clip, and I was recording shadows every hour, or not every hour, but so yeah, I'm not trying to impress anybody with my tools. I'm trying to say get thee outside and make careful observations. And it's a very interesting puzzle. If the sun is tracing a ruler straight path of shadows that goes east-west, that means the sun is traveling in a ruler straight pattern in the sky, which is kind of an interesting concept. How on earth is the sun traveling in an exactly straight line in the sky?
What's up with it?
But only on the date of the equinox, Every other date of the year,
right?
slightly. Yes.
So what's up with
I love
that?
how you just repeat things that everybody knows is true, like that the Earth has terrain. You just keep making it sound like it's some thing that you've
I
discovered.
just have to keep
by
saying it because
careful.
it is reality.
Right, but it's kind of like trying to have a conversation with somebody, and the only thing the person wants to talk about is that 2 + 2 is 4.
Yeah,
And they
well,
just keep insisting
you're
it over
making
and over again
out
that 2
that there's
+ 2 is
something
4.
strange about
There
the
is nothing
sun
strange
going
about
from
north.
east to west in a straight line when everybody knows that east,
It does
west,
not.
and north,
It
south
does
are
not go east to
perpendicular.
west in a straight line.
So east,
for
west
99%
is a
of the
straight
year.
line because it's
Okay.
perpendicular to north, south.
Are you aware what the sun does for 99% of the year?
What
Because it doesn't travel in a straight line
goes
for
from east to
99% of
west?
the year. In the general eastward, from a general eastward direction to a general westward direction in a curve. That's how it travels 99% of the year. Yes. If you take a look at that thing I posted with the, that's sort of a base of a sundial. It shows a curve, a tighter curve for the summer solstice and a more gentle curve for a winter solstice. So most of the year, the path that the sun travels is a gentle curve in the sky from a generally
curve. What sort of a
a
curve?
gentle curve from a generally eastward location to a generally westward location.
So from east to west.
But not due east to not due west. No, 99% of the year it doesn't do that. Okay?
99% of the year it doesn't go from east to west.
It doesn't go from 90 degrees due east to 270 due west.
Well,
are you familiar with
my
either
understanding that the
daytime
sun
or
goes from
sundown,
east to
sundown?
west, and you do a straight line, and then north south is perpendicular to that. At least one of the north souths, yeah. Because you've got the magnetic north, the geographic north. I mean,
I'm only talking about geographic. The line that points to the North Pole. That's what we're interested in. We're not interested in magnetism or anything like that.
So okay, so that's not the magnetic north. Is that
That's
where
correct.
Polaris is?
Polaris is about a half a degree off of the North Celestial Pole.
So it's not
I would
where
not
the
use,
North Pole. So we've got magnetic north, not that. We've got the Polaris north, not that.
Not that, yes.
Right.
Correct.
So which north is this then? If it's not perpendicular
for the
to the
fourth
east,
time
west,
geographic north. Okay, so I don't know why you keep asking me a question that I keep answering.
How do you know where that is?
It's been established by local surveyors. So I'm not trying to.
How do people know where that is?
Ask the surveyors.
So you don't know.
Well, I wouldn't be able to explain it to you without 50 interruptions. So.
Well, you can go ahead. Let us know, because it's not these other norths where everybody else knows about. But you're telling people to orientate a protractor in that direction. How are you going to let people know, please?
Well, there's a couple of things. I started explaining it earlier, but I was interrupted. If you're genuinely interested, you could find a place with clear horizons and to find a place with some sort of landmarks. It could be a street, it could be buildings. Remember, you take a map, an existing map that has an existing north on it, and you can orient yourself towards that map. And like I said, there are many places in the world where there are towns where there is a street that it goes due east-west. Not every town, but many towns have a street that goes either due east-west or another street that might go due north-south. And so that's a very handy reference. But there's a number of things you can do. If you have a straight street in your neighborhood and you know that street goes, points to a 47-degree azimuth, you could literally put the 47-degree mark of your protractor aligned with the edge of that street, like a curb. Right? There's many ways of doing it. All right? Does that answer your question?
Geographic north, the North Pole. You orientate
North
that
Pole.
to a street near you.
Yeah, well, I'm basing it off of local maps or, some kind of a reference that you could refer to in your local area, in your local town or whatever. I've got instructions on my videos on how you can orient yourself to do north, south, east, and west, so you can place your protractor
Can
accurately.
I just come in now and point out that in reality, when they made those maps, they started off with the east-west baseline that was straight, and they took perpendiculars off that.
No one is arguing.
The principal meridian. What's called arguing? No, I'm saying when they made the maps, they put a baseline that was east-west, and then they made grids from that line.
All right, that's fair enough. Oh, let me post something else in chat. You were talking about sunrises in the east and sets in the west. So I set the date to July 12th. All right, and I set the location to near London. And this is a website called SunCalc. So let me so I don't know if you can see that in the chat. But the orange line is the azimuth of sunrise, and the darker orange line is the azimuth of sunset. And those two lines are definitely not due east and due west. But that is just one sample from July 12th, 2023, the azimuth of sunrise and sunset. And so they're not due east or due west. So, people just generally say the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, but they're not talking about 90 degrees azimuth. They're talking about in the general eastward direction. All right. So, not sure if you're aware of that.
Okay. Well, we are doing a thing on the east-west because it's part of the perpendicular conundrum. I don't know what to call it. Because
another thing you could do is
have a problem with the I know you say it's locally perpendicular, but not locally. Is it different?
So I'm not arguing about whether north south is perpendicular or not to east west, because I'm pretty sure everybody knows that it is. So
okay, so it is perpendicular. So what about not locally? Does it change?
Well, you can get into the weeds when you talk about, what does it mean? What does north, south, east, west mean when you scale out to the size of a planet? And then it gets a little more interesting. And then, you're like, oh, well, it's a circle. How could east, west be a circle and all that kind of stuff? So, it's just more interesting to just talk about, what it is locally. Like, for example, if you zoom into London, you could then use landmarks. I mean, I don't have any buildings shown, but I'm sure people know what the buildings are and what the skyline is. But you can align your landmarks so you can see, if you were to place a protractor, accurately, you could do it, compared to local landmarks. So everything is local. I think people get into trouble when they start projecting.
Because that's where you are.
When they start. Right. That's where you are. But people get into trouble when they start projecting things that they know to be true locally, and they just say, well, they must be true, hundreds of miles away.
So what were you doing with your first two posts?
I'm sorry, what first two posts? The when I was talking about the sundial?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, then Bev was challenging me to say, well, how do you know where to align your protractor? And so my response to that is to align your protractor based on local landmarks. It could be a street, it could be a bell tower, but and I've got instructions on the video on how you can orient that, and then that would help you determine exactly where azimuth is. So when the sun did rise, you'd be able to find the azimuth of sunrise. Not just say east, but how many degrees east.
What would we be doing that for?
Well, if you do it on the date of the equinox,
You get
and you do measure it to
degrees.
be exactly 90 degrees, and you discover that
Ridiculous.
everybody else has measured it at 90 degrees,
Huh?
then it's a geometric puzzle as to where the sun is.
It's
Because
east.
there's a certain shape of the Earth that is eliminated if everybody is measuring sunrise on the equinox at 90 degrees.
See, now you're introducing something else to, like you were just saying a minute ago, it's just local. Everything's local. But now you're introducing something else.
Well, the question that is in many people's minds is, what is the shape of the Earth? And that's why I'm in this arena, because I find the question to be very fascinating, and what can people do locally so that they can determine the shape of the Earth?
They could use tools and see that the Earth is always changing shape.
Well, I'm not talking about terrain. You can open your eyes and say,
That's what Earth is.
yes, Earth has terrain, but we're not talking about terrain. We're talking about what is the shape of level. Right?
What?
Some people believe
Shape
that
of
level
level?
is
Shape
horizontal.
of level.
Yes.
You think level has a shape?
Yes, it's spherical.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Like spherical as in
A sphere.
a ball.
Yes.
Level.
Yes, level is a sphere. But there are many people who believe that level is horizontal. And
It's defined that way.
locally, level is horizontal. It appears to be horizontal locally. Because, the instruments
horizontal
aren't
isn't a
precise
ball,
enough
is
to...
it?
The instruments are very precise, like very, very,
Well,
very precise.
I mean, surveyors, that's why, if you talk to surveyors,
Not just
if you...
surveyors.
Well, no,
You have
using
heard of the
precise
law.
instruments.
Yeah, precise.
Using precise instruments, surveyors definitely refer to
not surveyors
the
though.
curved level.
Yeah,
I'm
not
sorry, what's the
surveyors,
question?
Though. There's
What?
You said shape of level
Is
using
a curve.
instruments, but there's instruments that other people use besides surveyors that are as or probably more accurate when they use level defined as horizontal.
Well, no, but level is essentially the same as horizontal if you're going to do anything practical. Right? So the tool, with like a spirit level with a little bubble in it, or an auto level, those are fantastic tools to do practical things on, when in construction, building a building. Those tools are great, and level is indistinguishable from horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go miles and miles away, level is no longer the same as horizontal.
But there are instruments
level
that are,
diverges from horizontal.
there are instruments.
Like, how can it be horizontal here, but a sphere everywhere else?
Well, it doesn't take rocket science to know that if you zoom into a sphere close enough, it's going to appear to be flat.
It's
right?
not.
You
It's
keep
not going to
zooming
be
in,
horizontal,
zoom,
'cause
zoom,
that's
zoom,
one
zoom.
of the things that's definite. Within Gauss,
Well, if you zoom into
we
the top of a sphere,
pardon?
if you zoom into the top of a sphere, then
top?
level is the same
Are you
as...
sure? The top
Oh my
of a
goodness.
sphere.
You were talking about level, and like you could put a level on the top of a sphere, but if
No,
you
I
zoomed
didn't say
in,
that.
sphere would look...
No, I didn't
Okay,
say
then
that.
My apologies.
I said
misheard.
locally it's horizontal, and even through Gauss, we know that a non-developable surface will not be expressed on a plane without distortion. Now, you're saying locally it's horizontal. That means that it cannot be a non-developable surface because it is horizontal locally.
So you're quoting Gauss. Did he describe the degree of distortion?
Well, in between non-developable surfaces and developable surfaces. Because he was the one that stated a sphere has a non-developable surface.
Okay, but my question stands. Did he describe the degree of...
You were the one that said locally horizontal.
And you were the one quoting Gauss, and I'm just asking you because it doesn't seem like you understand what Gauss was saying.
You think
So I'm trying to ask you a question.
I
about
do
the Gauss
understand
quote.
that you say locally for everyone, everywhere, level is horizontally.
As levels
But
indistinguishable.
whenever you
Indistinguishable.
take all of these people out of the equation and have all of the other people, other than the one that's having the horizontal, you say spherical, sphere.
So it's really important that you understand that I'm not saying that level is horizontal. I'm saying level is indistinguishable locally from horizontal, which means the two differ by an extremely small amount that is completely inconsequential in construction.
So what's the degree of indistinguishable to you?
Well, it's been established by the surveying that you can go out, I don't know, even a square mile. You can use plane surveying methods, you know, for quite a distance before you have to resort to geodetic methods to take the curvature of the Earth into account. So, and again, I'm not the surveyor, but
that square mile.
Plane surveying works just fine for just about any practical application.
Charles, let's take
Yes.
it for practically 1 square mile. Right? Let's take
Okay.
it 4 square miles, because you'd have to be in the center whenever you started off.
Okay.
You should do
So
9.
in every direction you go a mile.
Okay.
Right? That's plane surveying. Right?
Okay.
Like you've just said. What happens after that mile?
Then you'll start getting in errors because your level will be diverging from horizontal.
But plane surveyors, you said they can work locally without any errors. Do you not think?
I did not say without any errors. I said the errors will be so small as to be inconsequential.
Okay, so over a mile, if let's say you're building a canal or something, over a mile, what would the errors be? The level being horizontal, plane surveying.
You know the Earth curvature formula, 8 inches per mile squared. You don't need me to quote you that.
That's not indistinguishable. 8 inches is easily measurable.
So again, we're getting back to the concept of we're going to build something a mile away, but we're not allowed to bring our instruments with us, which is patently ridiculous. All right?
Charles, do you not think we understand this? Like, we are the ones that have actually done this and know a little bit more than you, apparently. So,
I don't think
if you're surveying for a mile on a canal, you say there's an 8-inch difference between the plane surveying level being horizontal locally at each step.
Yeah, and this is readily observable. Like literally every
Charles,
through instruments, either through a theodolite or through
Jesse
an auto
Kozlowski
level.
isn't around here anymore, Charles, because he
I never cited him. But it's been done over and over and over again, and you just refuse. Like literally,
where's it been done, Charles?
Every piece of information that's been brought to you about surveying methods, the history of trigonometric mapping of various countries and continents. You reject
triangles,
like, all this information.
Don't tell me what I'm rejecting. You're saying trigonometric triangulation using triangles. You're saying that locally level is horizontal. What is it that I am denying, Charles? Please tell me.
If you don't understand that land surveying is done with triangles, then I don't know what
Charles,
to say.
I'm telling you, I know this. I am not denying that they use triangles, because they do. And they use an east-west baseline, and then they come off that perpendicularly to form a grid, a square grid, which is a developable surface. not a non-developable surface like you want to imagine.
I've seen it done with plumb bobs over miles and miles and miles.
Well, it would be nice if you guys would go back to the Bedford level with an instrument, not a zoom camera, but an actual auto level or a
Yeah,
theodolite.
just pretend we didn't go there with an auto level, Charles. We have already done it.
All right, did you record any of the footage?
Yes.
Because the only thing
Yes,
I've
we
seen,
did it
I've seen
live, Charles.
well, I mean, is there anything you could refer me to, like something on YouTube or whatever? Because people are always talking about evidence, and it's
Evidence
sometimes
of
this
what,
evidence
Charles?
is conveniently
Evidence
inaccessible.
of what?
Evidence of what you did at the Bedford level.
Evidence of level being horizontal locally.
No. Evidence of what you did at the Bedford
What did
Canal.
we do at the Bedford Canal?
Well, I've heard you describe it, but I've never seen it. The only thing I've seen is a zoom where, it's an animated GIF that people keep posting on the Discord server, zooming in on the Bedford
I don't
level.
even know
zoom,
what you
zoom,
think
zoom.
you want, Charles, because you don't know anything about surveying.
Well,
you've not got a
what I
clue.
would like you guys to do is to try to duplicate the observation at the old Bedford level, where they had, the banner at 6 miles.
Why?
With a horizontal
Charles,
band on it.
Charles.
Yes.
Why?
Yes. So that you could discover for yourself that level is diverging from horizontal.
But it's not. Level is
by a measured
horizontal,
amount.
Charles.
I'm sorry, what?
Level is horizontal.
It's not, and you'd discover it if you took an auto level to the Bedford Canal with some measuring devices, like,
What are you gonna measure?
So, are you familiar with the Wallace experiment at the old Bedford level? No, he had a banner on one bridge, 13 feet up. He had a banner on the other bridge, 13 feet up, and at the halfway point, he had a disc, 13 feet up. Everything was above the water. The water was level, and so you should be able to take a precision surveying instrument. I think they used what it was auto level at the time, and they should sight along from one 13-foot point past the disc to the other 13-foot point. And what they found was level was diverging from horizontal. By the exact amount that was predicted by globe geometry.
You sure about that?
Positive.
I think
globe
the last person
geometry. Never even heard
Because
that. You are a maths teacher, Charles, right? Can you just key us in on globe geometry?
Well, it's a little bit more of a soundbite answer, but the thing about the old Bedford level was it was to settle a bet, so they had judges there.
Right. Well,
And
we're not
trained
doing a bet,
surveyors.
Charles. Tell us more about globe geometry, because it was confirmed by whatever
Bedford level,
Wallace did, wasn't it?
This was to settle a bet, so they had impartial judges, and they had surveyors with surveying instruments, and they performed the observation with precision. It wasn't just done haphazardly because there was, 100 pounds, 1,000 pounds on the line.
Is globe geometry optical with tools?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, so not like
But,
Euclidean geometry.
You're going to
that's
have an issue with
mathematical.
you're going to have a little bit of refraction because we have an atmosphere. But
would you be
you
using
could see
plane
something.
surveying tools?
You can use plane surveying tools, but that will introduce inaccuracy.
So what's give us an idea of something that isn't a plane surveying tool then?
No.
Well, I mean,
sorry.
other than like a fork.
When you said plane surveying tools, I put the word methods in my mind, surveying tools and methods. So everybody uses a theodolite, and so geodetic surveyors use
plane
theodolites
surveying tools, right?
Right, but that's not plane surveying methods.
GPS is a plane surveying tool, isn't it?
Yes, but you don't
Okay,
you don't
so,
believe
all right.
the data that you get from a GPS. So I'm
It's
not
plane
sure why you're
surveying, isn't it?
well, the ECF coordinates that come from the
Yeah,
GPS
they don't do
to discount.
elevations. The GPS is just a point marker on a map. You get the elevation separately, so don't worry about that. We know about that. That's
Oh my
triangulation.
goodness, you're just glossing over huge amounts. So you know
No.
the
Well, no, it's
ECF
not.
X,
It's
Y, and Z coordinate.
triangulation, Charles.
It's
Just
not.
pinpoint a marker on the map. You've seen Jesse when he went over the bridge, just marking those points all the way across.
They were done with
You deny
X,
their
Y,
points,
and Z.
Charles. Do you deny their points?
Oh my goodness gracious! Tell me where I suggested any such thing, because this is kind of
Answer
pointless.
me directly. Do you deny their points?
I'm just going to ask where you got that ridiculous concept, because
He's
you asked
asking you, Charles.
like
Do
I
you
was
deny
saying any
they
such
are
thing.
points? For fuck's sake!
Do you deny you beat your dog when you get home from work? Like why would I say such a thing? Nowhere did you ever suggest that you beat your dog when you get home from work. So why would I ask
I
you
guess
that?
you
All
beat
right,
your dog,
Charles.
man. I don't. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Why don't you ask me a real question? As opposed
I
to,
did.
you know,
Are
do
the
I
I
did,
GPS
deny that 2 + 2 is 4?
Are the GPS
When did
readings
I say that?
coordinates?
I'm talking about ECEF coordinates, which are
So-
what was output on the GPS receiver when Jesse drove across the bridge.
Is that
And
a
you guys
point?
deny those.
Is
You guys
that
deny the mathematics that literally the GPS receiver was recording.
Recording
Is that
points, Charles.
a
That's
point
it.
you agree with that exists?
Standard
for
surveying
Jesse or
practices.
whoever, do they really exist as a point?
I'm sorry, people were talking at the same time. What's the question?
Oh my god, dude.
No, I mean people were talking at the same time. I couldn't hear your question because somebody was speaking at the same time.
Do
Yeah,
they
I'm really
exist
sorry, that was
as
me.
points or not?
Again, somebody was talking over the top of the start of your question. All I heard was the or not.
How did you not? And I was the one that spoke. What's wrong with you, Charles?
I just heard something or not, and I'm not going to answer a question that all I hear was or not. So I'm politely asking for you to repeat the question so I can answer it. That's okay. You don't have to answer the question, but I thought you were interested in an answer. But yeah.
Charles.
So the point I was trying to make to
Charles.
Bev is that the GPS points are X, Y, and Z.
X, Y, and Z. They are points.
Yes.
Wait a minute. The
yes.
last
The
time you were
ECF
here,
coordinates.
the last time you were here, you denied they were coordinates. You said they're not coordinates.
I never said any such thing. Maybe you misinterpreted what I said. But
Okay.
when Jesse drove
Fair
across
enough.
the
I'll
bridge
go back
with the
and listen to
GPS
it.
receiver, the GPS receiver was recording ECEF X, Y, and Z coordinates. And if you just plug them into literally any mathematical tool, you will discover that he was driving over a curve
Wait a minute.
as he
Hang
drove
on,
across this straight bridge.
Hang on, Charles. I'll let J-Ro go, but I got to ask Bev. Do you remember that conversation, Bev?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember me asking him if they were X, Y, Z coordinates?
Yep.
What was his answer that you recall?
Well, I don't know. He always obfuscates to something else. It's hard to pin him down on anything, really. But I mean, they are an X, Y, and Z now, are they?
Yeah.
How
ECEF
accurate are they
coordinates.
on the Z? Or which is the axis that they're more accurate in?
I'm not sure if that they're more accurate than any
Have
one
you not
axis
heard
than
Jesse
any other.
Kozlowski when he was talking about it?
I'm not a
No?
surveyor.
I know you're not. You're just making shit up. It's quite obvious that, Charles. You seem to know a lot about some things, and then when asked about it, you know nothing about them, which is very strange.
I just want to be clear that if you're asking me a technical surveying question, I will frequently respond with, I am not a surveyor.
Yes.
All right.
Right, well, GPS marks the points on the map, right, that you can use then to triangulate the positions. The elevations are measured separately on the vertical datum.
Okay. But that's not what we're talking about, X, Y, and Z. X, Y, and Z are global. The Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. I just posted a link in the chat. The X, Y, and Z, where, what is it? The Z-axis goes through the North and South Pole, and the X-axis passes through the prime meridian and the equator, and the y-axis passes through the equator 90 degrees from the prime meridian. That's ECF coordinates.
So the
that's what
XY is the
GPS.
plane.
You don't see the image on the screen?
Yeah, it's
That's
quite
ECF
obvious.
coordinates.
The XY is the horizontal and the Z is the vertical.
No, that's not correct.
On the screen, that's what we've
Yes.
got, Charles.
No.
XY, horizontal, Z, vertical.
Only if you were standing on the North or the South Pole.
No, I'm just looking at the picture that you've posted.
Yes, and when you say horizontal, that's only horizontal at the North
Azimuthal.
Pole or the South Pole.
The azimuthal.
No, now you're confused.
Well, I'm not confused. The azimuthal is horizontal,
Yes.
isn't it?
Wait. No, wait. Give Rob here 1 second. He's showed us a picture of everything from the center of hell.
It's a
What the fuck
Wikipedia
are you
page.
talking about? Yeah, but you're showing us all these angles measured from hell.
Measured from where?
The center of the sphere.
Yes, measured from the center of the sphere. Yes. So the ECF
Yeah,
coordinates.
you been to hell?
Are we talking about teaching career? I've been there and back.
I mean, how are you taking these measurements from the center of the earth?
With a really long ruler.
I want what you're smoking.
Yeah,
I'm actually
be a teacher, aren't you,
eating
Charles?
grilled cheese. My wife made me a grilled cheese sandwich.
How do they measure from the center?
It's complicated, but it deals with the
You're not a
orbital heights
surveyor,
of the
remember,
satellites.
Charles? How do you know this? Because surveyors
You
don't
didn't even-
measure it.
You asked me a question, and then you just stepped on my answer. So,
Okay.
want to hear the answer?
No, because you can't give an answer. You can't measure
I-
it.
I literally
it's
was
impossible, Charles. Not only
I
can
literally
you
was
not
answering.
do it, surveyors can't do it either. And they don't.
Well, the
You've
way they
been
know.
fooled by a guy called Jesse Kozlowski. He
No,
lied
because he didn't
to
invent
you,
any of this
Charles.
stuff. He didn't invent any of this stuff. He didn't write this Wikipedia page, right? He didn't invent geodetic surveying.
He did say 3 coplanar points when
Yeah.
he did those measurements.
Yeah,
on
that
the
was
bridge.
that was great fun. It was
He
3
didn't-
coplanar
he
points
wasn't-
where the plane is vertical.
I don't think he laughed when he said it.
Yeah, he wasn't laughing.
You
at
guys
all.
laughed
No.
because you don't understand
No.
that the plane is vertical. 3 coplanar points in a vertical plane.
Where all of the
But you,
verticals...
but you leave off
where,
you leave
where
off
the
the vertical plane
perpendicular
part.
to it, Charles, is horizontal.
No.
What do you mean, no? You keep
Because
doing
the
this.
Well, that's because you don't understand. You literally don't understand.
No,
we
you
do.
said vertical plane. Jesse Kozlowski measured a vertical plane. Then
Well, the 3 coplanar
perpendicular
points-
to that vertical plane would be a horizontal plane.
No.
Well, horizontal and vertical are perpendicular.
Yes, but you get
There you
into
go, then.
trouble when you're
I don't get into trouble
When
at
you're
all.
when you're going.
A maths
distance
teacher would
like-
get into trouble if he started to try and say that vertical and horizontal planes aren't perpendicular, wouldn't he? I was talking to somebody about a perpendicular paradox, one of the end game conspiracy theories, where people get confused about vertical and horizontal being perpendicular. That's like one of the weirdest conspiracy theories I bet anybody's ever heard.
I
It
would
all
say
depends
that
on if you're talking about Cartesian coordinates. Like, for example, if you're just doing geometry and you said, "Oh, I've got an XYZ coordinate system," then you could talk about horizontals and verticals and all kinds of stuff. But if you're talking about driving over the Earth and whether vertical is aligned with plumb, well, then you're going to run into trouble if you're going to draw some conclusions, because vertical is not defined in Euclidean geometry. All right, so in the real world, vertical is aligned with plumb. So you can't just start making conclusions.
is that your Z?
In
So
that
yeah,
picture.
you can have the XY, you can have the XY plane being the what we would call informally the horizontal plane, so the Z-axis being a vertical axis. But again, that is not aligned with plumb.
Wait,
Right?
what's not aligned with plumb?
The Z-axis in that diagram.
But is a plumb considered the Z-axis?
Well, you can locally define that if you so choose.
What's local?
The Z-axis is not aligned
Locally
with
is
plumb.
where
In
level's
the-
horizontal, Buster.
In the
So
ECF
like
coordinate
horizontal is
system.
your X and Y, and then you could cite to your plumb, and then you'd have locally, you could create a grid pattern.
Absolutely. Locally, you could.
What
But
about
in the
locally
ECF
9 mile square
Well-
local?
Well, like I said, that you run into trouble if you're using plane surveying methods for a greater distance than is
Locally,
suggested.
all plane
personally-
surveyors survey locally, right? Where level is horizontal.
I personally seen it done over a 9 mile square with just a theodolite and a plumb bob, and just it was local, locally. And then when they matched up at the corner points, it was spot on.
So there's this surveying. I don't know if this is a surveying website. Let me just take a screenshot real quick.
You found the website.
Yes.
No
It's actually not
response.
Wikipedia, but
You don't know anything about surveying, though. If you just Googled that quickly.
So,
Or is that on
this
the
one
list
thing was
somewhere?
talking about plane surveying versus geodetic surveying. In fact, let me give you the
Well,
the,
all
the more
surveyors,
full version.
Charles, all surveyors survey locally. And locally, level is horizontal, like you say. They
Well,
all use
locally,
plane
it's
surveying
distinguishable
tools,
from
right?
horizontal.
Whenever they survey locally.
Theodolites,
All
which are
surveyors. that
precision
is.
precision measurement tools. You can use theodolites to do many things. So
Yeah, but you survey
Well, I would
locally,
not-
right? They're
would
always
not
local to
label-
wherever they are surveying.
Just really
I
quick,
would
it
not
was really
label a
funny because the
theodolite
guy
a
that-
plane surveying tool.
Hang on, the guy that
You
the guy
wouldn't.
that used it, he called it his 90-degree machine, so that was kind of interesting. I thought.
90-degree machine. That's funny.
What he
Anyway,
called
so
it,
that's a
surveyor,
little
engineer.
excerpt
Well,
on the
Charles,
you see the last thing I
why
posted.
wouldn't you call a theodolite a plane surveying tool?
I would call it a surveying tool.
Well, yeah, but it is a plane surveying tool. It
Why
surveys
would you insert
planes.
the word plane? It's a surveying tool. Why would
it's
you
on
insert
the
the word plane?
azimuthal, right? The horizontal plane.
Why would you
And then
insert
it
the word
measures
plane in there?
vertical angles in the vertical plane.
Why would you insert the word plane in there?
Because
It's
it
a
is.
surveying
It's a
tool.
plane surveying tool.
It's a surveying tool.
Yes, it's a plane surveying tool used by
So why do
plane
you have a problem?
surveyors.
Why do you have a problem with me saying it's a surveying tool?
Why do you have a problem with me saying that all surveying tools and all surveyors survey locally using plane surveying tools? Why do you have a problem with that?
Because it's not entirely accurate.
Why?
You
So-
said it earlier.
Anyway,
Name me the surveyor that isn't a plane surveyor, the one that doesn't use plane surveying tools. And
so
name me the
geodetic
tool that they
surveying-
use to do their surveying.
So geodetic surveying, it's not necessarily the tools, but the techniques. All right. So they have to be mindful of Earth curvature. Like, there was that example of that east-west London subway. I forget the name of it, Crossrail or something like that. Do you know what I'm talking about, Bev? There was a fairly modern subway that goes east-west across London. Is it called Crossrail?
I haven't got a clue. Like Buster's Mine.
I looked that up.
Like that sort of surveying.
I think it was called Crossrail.
They're like 400. We're like 400 feet underground.
Maybe they won't
it
be
is
that
called
far
Crossrail.
underground, really.
It's Crossrail. It's running from Reading and Heathrow through 42 miles or 42 kilometers of. I'm just getting this. But anyway, so my understanding is that it's kind of hard to dig a new subway across London because London, it's one of the oldest civilized cities on Earth, and so there's lots of stuff underground. There's lots of existing subway lines, so they had to steer these tunneling machines extremely accurately so they didn't run into anything. And so they absolutely had to take in the curvature of the Earth as they were navigating these tunnel boring machines.
What do you mean absolutely?
Yeah, you don't know anything about surveying yet. You're telling us that there's an absolutely they had to do something, but
you're talking to somebody that's actually been seen it done. Like my job depended on the surveyors that underground you're talking about.
So I'm just talking about the Crossrail through London.
Okay. Absolutely.
What is it that they had to do though?
They had to take into account the curvature of the Earth.
How do they do that?
Machines.
Stop saying that they had to do it. Tell us what they had to do in order to do that.
Well, they used surveying tools.
Equipotential angle of adjustment anywhere.
I don't know what that is.
Well, that's because the horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, right? Now, because all of the horizontal planes would be parallel, they would not intersect, therefore making no angle. Whereas the equipotential angle of adjustment is when a horizontal plane meets another horizontal plane, and it's the angle between the two horizontal planes. So that's an angle measured between a horizontal and an horizontal. That's the equipotential angle of adjustment. Now, when you state they had to take something into account, did they take that angle into account? Or did they just use horizontals as being parallel, like plane surveyors do?
They did not use horizontals as parallel. That was a false dichotomy, by the way, because the equipotential angle of adjustment. Yes.
Where's the dichotomy?
The equipotential angle of adjustment is something that you made up.
Parallel.
If they did not have a choice between all horizontals being parallel and using the equipotential angle of adjustment, because that's something that you made up.
Well, okay. Well, hang on.
But they definitely did not use all horizontals being parallel because they're not.
You're saying that what he just said was ridiculous. What did they
he made that up.
Wait. Okay. Then show us or tell us what they did to, you say, frantic bunny ears account.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a surveyor. Right. And I definitely am not a surveyor that works with steering tunnel boring machines underground.
Okay. Hang on. Stop right there just for a second. Have you ever heard of a vacuous truth?
A vacuous truth. Well, yeah. I can get it. I have a general idea just from the term. Somebody says something and it's just there's not really much substance there, kind of lacking in specificity.
Yep.
So again, I am not an expert at Crossrail. I just simply am going by what they said. Maybe it was a press release. Maybe it was, some PR flack. But what I read about the Crossrail was that, they were steering above some subway lines and they were steering below other subway lines. And they had to literally navigate their way up and down as they drilled the tunnel, and it had to be done very accurately so that they didn't run into an existing tunnel as they went east to west. And so I just read, I don't know where, it's on a website somewhere, that they because it's 42 kilometers long, they had to take the curvature of the Earth into account as they did this. Now, maybe they're lying. You know,
Well,
maybe they're
okay.
lying. Maybe I'm just quoting somebody who was lying. Okay, but 42 kilometers is a long distance, and so if they did not take the Earth curvature into account, they would definitely be, many feet off by the time they got to the end.
Well, there's another step you're missing with the vacuous truth, and that would be that I could tell you we're both standing in a hallway and there's a door closed, and I could say, all of the cell phones in that room in there that's next to us, they're turned off. Now you could just believe me and walk away, and then you'd be holding a vacuous truth.
Well, if you were a trustworthy individual, there would be no reason for me not to believe what you just told me.
Okay.
Like maybe you came out of a room where you were proctoring the standard or the SAT. Like I just proctored the SAT a couple weeks ago, and part of the process is to turn off all cell phones. Like you get your scores canceled. You get kicked out of the testing center if you get caught with a cell phone that's not turned off.
Maybe I just walked out of the room and turned them all off. And
Okay.
maybe you're just standing there beside me and I told you that. Maybe you just said, "Hey, okay," and you go on about your merry way.
So the question is, are you a trustworthy individual?
That doesn't matter. It's that you either know the truth or you're going to hold a vacuous truth. You could open the door and check for yourself and see that there's actually no cell phones in the room, or you could just walk about your merry way holding the vacuous truth.
Point
Alright, so
is
what-
that
where-
if
so where
there
you-
were no cell phones in the room, would Buster have been lying by saying all the cell phones in there are switched off?
Well, he was implying that there were cell phones in the room by that statement.
So would it be a
It
lie?
would have been more. It would have been more accurate for him to say there are no powered-on cell phones in that room. That would be
talking about a
absolutely true.
vacuous truth, though, right? A statement that has no meaning.
I could actually say that also, and if you walk away without opening the door, you'd be still holding a vacuous truth. You could say
So
it any way you want to. If you walk
I'm
away
having a
without
hard
opening the
time-
door and being specific about it, you'd be holding a vacuous truth.
Well, it seems like you're using the phrase vacuous truth to refer to anything where somebody speaks something and like you're like, hey, what'd you do yesterday? Oh, I went to the Eagles game. Well, that's a vacuous truth unless you were physically there and you were there with me. And it's like, no, I'm just saying I was at the Eagles game last night, and like you could believe me or not believe me, but I don't think that's because like the vacuous truth, and I just of course Googled it. It seems to have a bit of a structure to it. It's not just something a guy says.
It's giving information based off the person giving the information telling you, and then you as the receiver of that information just accepting it.
Well, according to Wikipedia, which knows all, it is sometimes said that the statement is vacuously true because it does not really say anything.
Mm-hmm.
So,
which is what he's been trying to tell you, Charles. You're not saying anything.
Well, I was hoping somebody would get to the point. What exactly?
Because you're saying they must have taken it into account.
Okay.
You have no way of understanding that. You claim to be a geometric genius, yet you can't describe the method. You're talking about a distance.
I'm not a surveyor.
Charles, you're talking about a distance. They are straight lines.
Well, no, they're not. If you take
there
a look at the cross section,
that's where the problem lies, isn't it?
You're a big guy with what do you call it? Elevation profile?
Yes. Well, what do you mean a big guy with it? I understand, Charles, that a meter is a distance, like a mile is a distance. Now, there's no difference between a mile and 47 miles. Because each one of those 47 miles would be a straight line.
Not necessarily.
What do you mean, not necessarily? You're the geometry expert. Please explain how a distance is not a straight line.
Because the distance doesn't have to go in a straight line. the vast majority of miles on the planet are not straight. Like I said, or I've said before, the straightest object in the world appears to be LIGO, but like outside of LIGO, there are very, very few straight line segments anywhere. I mean, any length, you know.
A meter's a straight line, isn't it?
I just posted the elevation profile of the Crossrail, and you will see that it's going over some subway lines and under other subway lines, and a couple of times it goes, you know, it does a little loop-de-loop. It goes over and then under. So they had to be very precise with their boring. But I am not a surveyor, and I do not know how they do underground surveying. So you keep asking me how they did it.
That looks like a straight line now, doesn't it, Charles?
It's elevation profile.
Elevation profiles.
That is the elevation. That's from the new civil engineer.
Mm-hmm. So that baseline that they've got there, that's a straight line.
No, that's level.
Yeah, on that screen there, that's a straight line.
Oh, I mean it's a straight line of pixels, but in reality, that's level.
Yeah, it's a straight line.
No, level is not a straight line. Oh my goodness.
But that's a straight line.
It's a straight line of pixels on the screen.
So that's an elevation profile, and you're saying that elevation profile isn't accurate because you don't believe that straight line that's depicted in the elevation profile is actually a straight line.
Well, I never said it was inaccurate. Okay.
What?
I will say
they're elevation profiles, aren't they?
Goodness.
Are you saying it's not accurate now?
I explicitly never said that diagram was inaccurate.
Okay, so it is accurate then. So it's a vertical change in order to show the elevation changes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So, but elevation profiles, especially of large projects like the Panama Canal, which has been posted a million times in the Discord server. The elevation profile of the Panama Canal.
Away. Charles is
big canal posting is the horizontal line on the map is actually level in reality.
What's the distance on your elevation profile?
The horizontal line in the map is level in reality.
That's correct.
Okay. What if I would tell you that level is horizontal in reality, locally?
Locally, it's indistinguishable from horizontal, sure. But, you know, at great distances, like the Panama Canal, I don't know how many miles long the Panama Canal zone is. And this Crossrail is, I don't know how many, I think it was like 40 some kilometers end to end.
Wow. From left to right, 40 kilometers?
For the Crossrail?
Yeah.
That's my understanding. Yeah.
Nice.
Wow. And again, I'm just posting stuff I found on the internet. So it's like, you know, I don't have any technical expertise in this.
Yeah, none of us do, really. We're all just asking questions. But I mean, you're definitely opening this up. You claimed globe geometry earlier on.
Well, the Earth is a globe. I mean, the Earth is a spherical planet.
Okay, so is that what globe geometry is then?
Well, you're the one asking the question. What do you think?
I haven't got a clue. I've never even heard of it.
That's why you asked the question.
Well, then that's a pretty silly question.
It sounds about as ridiculous as flat Earth geometry. Which
is that what you do with students? Like when they ask a question, you go, "You're the one asking the question. You should answer it."
So usually my students don't ask questions with words that they made up on the spot. And when I ask them what the word means, the person says, "I have no idea."
What if you say the word and
that never happens to me?
What if you say the word and they ask you a question about what you said?
So I'm a very skilled teacher, and so I do very well with my students. And I encourage questions and I encourage critical thinking. And it seems that critical thinking is the lacking piece around this neighborhood.
Around what neighborhood?
This neighborhood. Try thinking on the level.
Well,
Discord server.
But we do say that locally level is horizontal.
I say the same thing.
Okay. So
I use
why
the word
are you
indistinguishable.
Troubled then with what we say?
Because you try to extend that beyond the local.
What?
Because
what we local what, though? Like, would one body of water be classed as local?
So the Bedford Level Canal is
Yeah.
about 6 miles long, and it's level the whole way.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that
It's level the
local?
whole way, but it is not horizontal.
Is that entirely local?
Well, where you're standing, that's local.
Okay. So bodies of water, do they act locally? Similar or
locally is a human phenomenon. Where you are, that's what defines local.
Yeah.
The canal is the canal. The canal is just level. It doesn't care where you are. You could be standing at one end, you could stand at the other end, you could stand in the middle. It doesn't care. Local is a human phenomenon. The canal doesn't care. Okay? It just is level the whole way along. But if you took surveying instruments to the Bedford level and you tried to duplicate Wallace's experiment, you would find that level diverges from the horizontal quite dramatically over 6 miles.
So if you move from point to point along that canal, the horizontals are same or different?
Well, the horizontal is perpendicular to plumb, level is perpendicular to plumb. So if you went along the canal, you're not going to see much of a difference at all. You're going to find horizontal to be level, level to be horizontal. They're both perpendicular to plumb. You will not discover anything.
At every point all the way along.
But if you stand at one end of the canal and you point your surveying instruments to a surveying target at the other end of the
6
canal,
miles is too far.
You will discover.
I know you don't know much about
level
surveying.
is diverging.
But, 6 miles is too
horizontal.
far.
Not too far. Why do you say it's too far, Bev?
Because it's out of the range of the tools.
What range?
The optical range of the tools, Charles.
Do you have a citation?
A citation?
Yes, for being outside the optical range of the tools.
You go and ask a surveyor, Charles. I mean, I know you might learn a bit about surveying. Just go and ask a surveyor how far he would use the tools.
That's not the same question.
It is, because you're specifically talking about elevation. Because over the Bedford Canal, you're only interested in elevation changes.
Yeah, you're trying to project the horizontal.
There is an optical limit for these tools.
What is it?
Well, you'd have to have a go yourself, but it's usually around 50 meters.
Okay. And do you have, you obviously don't have it off the top of your head, but
Charles,
do you have a citation? Because
if you use a water level, you can extend that.
Well, the canal is a water level.
There you go. So you've got 6 miles then.
6 miles of water level, which is not going to tell you if horizontal is the same thing.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. So if that water level does not change in elevation, then the horizontal must. According to you and your
if you
globe
the
geometry,
you project. Yes, if you're standing at one end of the Bedford level canal, and you're pointing your auto level or theodolite to the other end, horizontal will diverge from level.
Okay.
By a number of feet.
Okay, so if level doesn't change in elevation, therefore horizontal would change in elevation. Horizontal
projected from one end
does not slope.
Well, it definitely would slope by the time you got to the other end of the canal.
Would. Horizontals don't slope.
Well, locally they don't. But we're talking about 6 miles away.
Yeah, you're saying that water level that is and acts locally because it's one body under hydrostatic equilibrium, that one body of water, you're saying it doesn't act locally.
I said that several minutes ago. The canal does what the canal does. Local is a human phenomenon. So the canal has nothing to do with
is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Are you an NPC, Bev? Do you have like a list of stock phrases you just repeat over
Just
and over again?
keep saying the truth, Charles.
Okay, 2 plus
Certain
2
other
is 4.
people that don't know anything about surveying keep telling me that horizontals slope. They don't.
So locally,
Not over any
horizontal
distance.
is indistinguishable from level. But if you take your level at one end of the Bedford Canal and you point it at a surveying target at the other end of the canal, that line
is too
will
far for the
diverge.
optical instrument. Charles.
And I'd love to see a citation for that, because I'm pretty sure you're misquoting the manual or misunderstanding
Auto
the manual.
levels do not have a 6-mile range, Charles.
Well, you know the thing that you look through on the auto level or the theodolite, you know what that's called?
A scope?
It starts with a T. Yes, it's called a telescope.
No, it's called a scope.
Well, which is short for telescope, all right? So telescopes, you can see as far as the eye can see, all right?
Yes, but auto levels
this 50
establish
meter
a horizontal
limitation.
plane of reference within the optical range of the tools. You have to be able to measure, Charles. You have to be able to measure something. Now, we've been out there and done tests. I know you haven't. You haven't even asked any surveyors. You've had meals with Jesse Kozlowski, but he's not a real surveyor, is he?
How do you know?
We all know that.
Why do you make that claim? What evidence do you have that he's not a surveyor?
Because he's told you that level drops from horizontal.
Oh, I could have told him that. Level drops from horizontal.
But you just said horizontal rose from level.
Well, level drops from horizontal. Horizontal rises from level. It's all a matter of perspective. All right.
So is it a matter of perspective whether one rises from the other or the other drops from?
Well, it all depends on where your frame of reference.
Elevation changes are referenced to a horizontal. They're measured on the vertical datum. So when Jesse Kozlowski said that level drops from horizontal,
are not
he's saying that the water level drops. An elevation change, a measured elevation change.
He never said water level has an elevation change, ever.
He said water level drops from horizontal.
Yes, but then you added on to that
a level
elevation change.
Yes, a level measures elevation changes. Jesse said level drops from that. So therefore he's saying level drops. Right? He's completely wrong. That's why I'm saying he's not a real surveyor, Charles.
You're claiming he's not a real surveyor because you are misquoting him.
No, I'm not. He said it.
Representing what he said. No, he did not say that. Notice in that explanation that you just gave, you included the word therefore, which is your words, not his words. He never said any such thing.
He doesn't need to say therefore. He says level drops from horizontal, Charles. You were the one that said horizontal rose. It had a slope from upwards.
Horizontal does have a slope at a great distance, like 6 miles away. Horizontal will definitely have a slope from level. Absolutely. All right. But level is constant elevation. So you keep trying to say that that Jesse was saying that level has a change in elevation. No, he never, ever said any such thing.
So horizontal must have a change in elevation. But it doesn't.
Correct.
It has zero slope, Charles.
Prove it.
Prove that a horizontal has zero slope.
Yeah, you've never.
A level
at 6
is a
miles
tool
away.
for establishing a horizontal plane. It's calibrated, Charles.
Yes, and
to
how
have
come you can't
zero slope in
plane
any direction,
go 6 miles away with
equal altitude.
How come you can't go 6 miles away with your horizontal plane?
Because the auto level doesn't have a 6 mile range, Charles.
Really? Says who?
Says me.
Yeah, okay, and I don't think you know what you're talking about.
But you
I
don't
think
know
you are
anything about
misquoting-
surveying, Charles.
Oh, I know a fair bit.
Oh,
All
now
right,
you
I
know a fair bit.
'cause-
You're a liar, Charles.
because I can read and study. I'm a pretty quick learner, so I know
Yeah.
I know a fair
You've
bit.
listened to Jesse
And I-
Kozlowski, who's a liar.
No,
Hey,
He
yeah, but when
tells
we
you
ask,
lies.
no, hang on.
Oh my goodness, you
When we
can't
ask
name a
him
single
something
lie he's
about
told.
surveying, no, hey, come on. When we ask you something about surveying, I'm not a surveyor. But when we ask you something about the geometry, all of a sudden you're a pro surveyor?
So,
Your head is shaking.
okay, if somebody asks me a technical surveying question, I will try to deflect it by saying I'm not a surveyor. If somebody tells me, like Bev does many times, that I know nothing about surveying, well, then that's also not true. All right, I know a fair bit. I'm not a surveyor, but I've studied quite a bit. I've read quite a bit, so I know quite a bit. I would not
You're
be able to pass any
delusional,
exam.
Charles.
All right.
Have you ever used any of the tools?
No, never even touched them.
Well, then
Okay.
I would.
But Bev,
I've used water level,
but Bev
so I
consistently
can say I'm more of a
says.
surveyor than you are.
But Bev consistently says that I know nothing about surveying, which is patently not true. All right. So, but I think you'll find, Bev, if you actually
All right.
dug
I'll have
into
words
that
with Deb about
50
saying you know
word,
nothing.
50-meter limitation, the 50-meter optical limitation, I think you might find that you are misunderstanding that citation from the manual.
I've been out and tested it, Charles.
The 50-meter limitation? You've
Well,
tested the 50-meter limitation?
For 1 millimeter measurements, yes.
We're not talking about 1 millimeter
Yes,
measurements.
we are.
No, we're not.
That's what surveyors work to. First order
we're trying to be
measurement, Charles.
accurate.
That's what you're after, isn't it?
We're trying to project a horizontal plane of reference from one end of the Bedford level to the other. No one has ever said 1 millimeter
It's a
accuracy.
canal,
That's
Charles.
patently ridiculous.
It's a
Yes,
water
it's a
level.
level canal. It is effectively a water level. That's correct.
Okay.
And so you
And
can
water
project
levels are tools
horizontal.
for establishing a horizontal
Oh
plane
my
of reference.
goodness, that's what the NPC keeps saying. Yes, and 2 + 2 is 4. But you really should look into the actual
No, Charles,
experiment.
listen to me. Listen to me, Charles.
They were settling a
I've
bet.
been
There was money
there,
on the line.
sat there in a dinghy with a load of flat earthers, wondering, what are they doing?
What were you in a dinghy for? Oh my goodness! You're supposed to be on land.
What do you
Where you
mean?
could plant a tripod.
No, Robotham, Charles.
Yeah, were you a robot and with the dinghy? Yeah, you're
8 inches.
because of refraction. You really can. It's limited as to what conclusions you can draw about whether
Charles,
you can and can't
Charles,
see.
the
over-
only
over
people
water.
with footage, before you carry on telling us everything, the only people with footage of the Robotham 8 inches is my son. So there's no need for you to tell us what we can do and what we can establish. We've got the footage. Like I
Okay,
said,
but-
we've been
right.
in the dinghy there
You don't need
on
the dinghy.
Bedford Canal.
So what you need is
Don't
a
tell me
surveying
what I
target.
need. I've
Okay.
already got
if you-
it. I've
if
been
you
there
want to
and
duplicate
got the
the
fucking
Wallace experiment.
t-shirt, Charles.
You got the T-shirt. If you want to duplicate the Wallace experiment, which was more precise,
I don't
than
want to
floating
duplicate
down-
the Wallace experiment, Charles.
floating down with a
We're
dinghy, which
doing-
has no precision
We're
whatsoever.
doing the reciprocated
dinghy?
auto levels.
Can you see the dinghy
The
now? Can you see it now?
simultaneous below, it's called now.
And then Kevin says banners are precise. So
Simultaneous
if you
below, it's the new Bedford level. We're going to prove
goodness.
the dogmatic globe, Charles.
Ah,
We're going to help you.
I don't know what the dogmatic globe is, but it sounds ridiculous.
Well, we're going to prove it for you.
It would be nice if you tried to put some precision into what you were doing at the Bedford level. So
Yeah, we
but
will.
that's why
We've got rumpus poles
that's why
and
I'm
everything
suggesting that
planned, Charles.
there was money on the line with the Wallace.
There's no money on the
demonstration.
line for this
There
one.
was a
This
bet,
is just
and they were
a
settling a bet.
dogmatic globe proof.
That sounds ridiculous. So I suggest you not do anything like that. But the
You're
point I'm
jealous.
trying to make,
Jealous.
Bev, which you
We've
keep,
already been
which you
there.
keep
We've done the sightings
back.
for what you call the Wallace. We've done that. Reciprocated. Wallace never did that. So
I
we've already
haven't
got
seen
that.
any
Don't
evidence
worry
they
about
did
that. I
any
know you
such
haven't. It doesn't matter what you've seen. I'm just telling you,
You
we've
haven't
already
posted
got it.
any
We've
evidence.
already done it. We've done the Robotham at Bedford. And now
A dinghy.
we're going to finally go there and do the reciprocated simultaneous below, the Rumpus Pole.
Yeah, that also sounds ridiculous. But the
Well,
point I was trying to make is
know
that
what you're doing here.
to settle a bet,
Don't just say it's ridiculous,
you have to
Charles.
you have to have a referee. All right.
Hey, well,
And
it's
so
why do we have to have a referee?
no, they had to have a referee when they were settling a bet
Well,
because
there's no
otherwise
bet,
the guy
so
wouldn't
don't
pay
worry
up.
about it.
Oh my goodness, you're so funny. Anyway, so I think I've been I've
I think
monopolized
you've done enough
this.
damage.
Yes, I think I've done enough damage.
But just
Hey,
remember,
I hope you guys have a great.
just remember, we're going to prove the dogmatic globe for you.
Oh my goodness!
For you guys,
I don't know what a dogmatic globe is. I really don't.
We'll
another
take
thing
you through it. We'll take you through all of the steps, right, to show you how levels, horizontal, and all of that sort of stuff, and then we'll prove the dogmatic globe at the end of it. Final one.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Yeah.
But I hope you guys have a great weekend.
We do proof.
It's good. No, you're trying to trigger me, aren't you?
Well, we're
I hope
doing
you guys
better
have a
than
great...
all of the other Globe Earth channels and the Flat Earth channels.
Well, I'm happy for you.
Yeah. I hope your
has a great
hope your
weekend.
equinox sightings go well for you. Are you going to get
I probably
everybody
won't
on
actually-
board with it? Like
I
Slice
probably won't make
Arcane
any.
does one or something. Are you going to join in with that?
I don't know what he's been doing, so I may or may not make a video. I'm just really super busy with school, so
Yeah, well, get some school. Can you not like do a school project, or get all schools
I mean,
involved in it?
I teach 4 periods in a row, midday, and so it's like I'm just on my feet for.
Yeah, but
a bunch
couldn't
of
you get
hours,
it into like a national sort of thing where all of the kids?
Well,
out?
that's been done before. It's called the Noonday Project or the Eratosthenes Project. Yeah, they've done it. Kids all over the world measuring the angle to the solar noon sun. Yeah, that's another thing you could do on the equinox as well. But yeah, I don't know. I may
Why'd you
put
do the East
together a
West one?
compilation.
You want to
video.
get people in on that because that's a brilliant one with the perpendicular.
Perpendicular.
Yeah, perpendicular is going to be
Oh, my
great.
goodness. So, I hope you guys have a great weekend, and it was always good talking with you. Thank you for staying on just for me, Bev. I really appreciate it. It was fun.
Well, thanks for that. Sloping horizontal was a brilliant.
Sloping
soundbite.
horizontal, yeah. At some point, I'm going to make a LIGO triple tangent paradox video. So
Wow,
and I'll show the
tangent.
sloping. Yeah, and
You know that
and I'll show the
Rumpus and Blue
sloping-
said there was like infinite when they did the globe proofs, the 5 globe arguments, was it? The 5 axioms of globe that Rumpus said you'll win every argument. When Blue and Rumpus were doing that, they said infinite tangents.
Yeah, I don't really know what that means.
I know it's because they were
but,
defending
one
F.E.
arm
Dogma and his twin tangent.
The triple tangent. The triple tangent that I'm talking about is one arm of LIGO would have a tangent, the other arm of LIGO would have a tangent, and then the plane of LIGO would have a third tangent. So
what? Are they not on the
but
same
anyway,
plane?
It'll be on the. Oh my gosh! But they're at different levels. That's the problem. They're at different levels. Anyway, I gotta go.
All right. Well, that
it's been great
sounds
talking with you.
interesting. Yeah.
All right. So thanks everybody in the chat and Buster and everybody. You guys be good. Okay, I'm signing
right.
off. Bye bye.
See you later. Triple tangent point.
Thanks, Charles.
Triple tangent point of LIGO. I haven't
Well, that
looking
was
forward
somewhat
to that one.
entertaining.
It's well established, Bev. It's well established.
A triple tangent point. Wow, that's fantastic. Right, well then, jolly good. Oh, and I'm with you, FPV. I would ban him as well, but he's all they've got. It's interesting to see, because you know that the rest of the Globe guys are just cringing, because that's completely dogmatic. The whole thing. Right, but let's get a Buster song ready. Thanks for sticking with us. Not many people watching though now. A bit less people even watch when Flat Earth Math comes on. Thanks for sticking with us.
Well,
don't listen to Nathan Oakley and Flatside.
Yeah, let me just say that it's no wonder there's not a lot of people there, because when Flat Earth Math comes on and says things are well established, it's all over. The discussion's over. Time to leave. Go home. Have a grilled cheese sandwich or something. Good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, if Charles is all they've got, a guy that's called Flat Earth Math that says horizontal slope. Slope. Who's ever heard of a slope in horizontal? Fucking ridiculous. Right, let me I'm gonna do a baseline 1785. We've had loads of Buster, so this is spot on. Please listen to this one. This is taken from a history of surveying in the USA. See you Monday. Don't know. Might be back over the weekend. Who knows? Thanks for sticking with us.
Surveyor's life has often been fraught with hardship and danger.
Federal land we know of as the Western Territory began when Congress first established the rectangular survey system. Congress, when they started to acquire the land in the Western Territories in the 1800s, had to develop a way of settling that land. When they went out and on top of a high knoll, they established an initial point. From that initial point, they drew a direct east-west line and a direct north-south line. The north-south line was the principal meridian. From that initial point, each 6 mile square was assigned a township number, north or south from the baseline, and a range number, east or west of the principal meridian. Each of these 6 mile squares was further subdivided into 36 sections of 1 square mile each. When Congress first established the rectangular survey system.
Surveyor's life has often been fraught with hardship and danger.
Of 1 square mile each. North or south from the baseline.